Right. Hello, my friends. It's a nice evening for more Torment. Yes, I decided to play Torment again because I was actually enjoying it quite a lot yesterday, so I figured we'll just keep playing this. I guess it's good to take a break from Baldur's Gate as well, so we don't get burned out on it. And hello, cooking is fun. Hello, SB Hubal. And hello, Pardon the Slayer. Good to see you guys. It is time to continue our planeswalking adventures. Pathfinder will be on the weekend. But rest assured, I will continue Pathfinder as well. Oh. I was testing out this resizable combat log. It's quite nice because I can move it around the screen as much as I want. But yeah. So, what were we doing last time? We just picked up Dakan. We did some quests. Let's look at the infamous journal. Sebtai get a revenge. Find a way. Oh, we should actually do this so Mort can get the cool teeth. Yeah, let's do that actually.
All right.
Come on inside! Come see the Burning Man! He's on the spit!
I'm gone.
You'll love it! You, sir, come on in!
This guy helps with the teeth lady. We don't want to talk to him fully yet because he has a lot of dialogue. This guy is one of the wordiest characters in this game. So we're just gonna ask him for help with the teeth first. Alright, here we go. You see a soft-looking man with gentle, far-staring eyes. He dresses in supple leather clothing and carries various implements of use and destruction about his body, such as ropes, spikes, tinderboxes, and empty vials of air. He looks half gone, literally. There's an insubstantiality to his existence, as if his essence had been partially leached away. He focuses those eyes on you, and suddenly you find them gripping and determined. Greetings to you, O Seeker. Greetings. He carefully sets down the mug he's holding and gives you all his attention. I have seen the far reaches of the multiverse and returned to tell the tale. I have walked upon the bodies of dead gods and spun moonbeams in the astral ahead of 1,000 shrieking Githyanki knights. I have passed the edges of existence and watched my essence shiver away before me. What is it I can do for you? I had some questions for you. Perhaps I have answers for you. Speak and I shall tell you. I met a woman named Ingress with very bad teeth. She said she had come through a portal from some world that was opened by a tune hummed near 2 crossed trees. Can you get her home? I've finished this game once, but fighting is boring as fuck. Yeah, the combat in this game is not great. I will agree with that. It's story time again already? You spoil us? Yeah, I mean, I was enjoying it yesterday, so I figured I might as well keep this playthrough going. He pauses briefly, thinking. I know the portal of which you speak, though I have not traveled it these 30 years gone. I will take her home, Seeker. Go tell her to await my arrival, then meet me back here, and I will tell you if I was successful or not. Thanks.
Updated
Farewell.
my journal.
Updated my journal. Yeah, we'll be hearing that a lot.
Done.
Oh, more fighting. Let's go.
All right.
Did you see that?
Get rolled. Wow, rusty daggers.
I'm gone.
I think they're worth like 1 gold piece. Or copper piece. They're not gold pieces in this game, they're copper pieces.
All right.
Looks like the Dusty's lost one of the deadest.
Now to find the lady. There she is. You see Ingress. She is huddled inside her cloak of dirty rags, her teeth chattering. She's glancing furtively about her as if expecting to be attacked at any moment. Greetings, Ingress. Eh? You? What is it you want of me now? You want me to leave? Not leaving the city, so I'm not. I can't. Tried. It's not a city. It's a prison to everywhere. Ingress, I found someone who can take you back to your home plane. Ingress falls silent. I want to go. Want to leave this place. His name is Kandrian. He should be along shortly to help you. Trust him, alright? Ingress says nothing, merely nods quietly, her teeth chattering inside her mouth. I'll go back and meet Kandrian at the Smoldering Corpse bar and make sure everything turned out alright. Be strong, Ingress.
Updated my journal.
I also updated my journal, by the way. In case you didn't know. It's normally copper, silver, gold, and platinum, yeah. But I guess since we are in the Hive, which is the poorest region of Sigil, it makes sense that it's copper.
Done.
Kinda sucks that these thugs respawn, so you can just... Although I guess they are a decent source of loot that you can sell.
All right.
You've got to see it to believe it. The Burning Man, right here, right inside.
Kandrian stands as you approach him. The Tooth Woman wanted you to have these, he says, holding out his hand. She wanted to express her thanks, even out the balance book as it were, and be done with the damn things. In the palm of his hand are Ingress's dancing teeth, and he smoothly deposits them into your hand. Enjoy them, Seeker. Farewell.
Updated my journal.
My skills have increased.
Ingress's teeth. Some games just use gold. Temple of Elemental Evil, I'm guessing that is, uses all of them. I see. I haven't played that game, but I am curious about it. This is a handful of Ingress's living teeth. Apparently they didn't want to go with her back through the portal to her home plane. They rattle amongst themselves whenever they are held close together. They remind you of a bunch of creepy ivory hopping bugs. Now there's a funny banter here that's not in the vanilla game, but they get restored with unfinished business. Epic Y doesn't like it, it's turn-based and the most faithful to 3.5 edition rule set. Well, if it's turn-based, then... I don't know, I'm not a huge fan of turn-based. There's mods to add more races and classes, I assume. You examine Ingress's teeth. You can't shake their resemblance to ivory bugs. You get the feeling that they're looking at you expectantly, awaiting some command. Hey Mort, come here for a minute. Mort floats over. What's the chant, Chief? You see these teeth? Mort glances at your palm. Yeah! He seems morbidly fascinated. Ugly little berks, aren't they? Do you think you could use them somehow? As a weapon, maybe? Bar that. Would you want those things in you? Come on, Mort. They seem to like you. Look at the way they're staring at you. Those little pikers better not come anywhere near me or I'll... You know, I have no idea how to threaten teeth. Well, alright. I'm not going to force... Uh-oh. What's wrong? Mort floats in closer and glances at your palm. Hey, they look like they're planning something, don't they? They sure do, don't they? What happens next is difficult to describe and painful to watch. Faster than you can close your palm, the teeth hop out of your hand and swarm onto Mort's jaw. Mort howls as Ingers' teeth promptly rip out his old teeth and then jump into the exposed cavities. Mort! Mort continues howling. The teeth settle in, adjusting themselves and planting their roots with a horrid drilling noise. Mort, you okay? Mort doesn't seem to hear you. He keeps howling and howling, then suddenly starts smashing his teeth together. He gets in 3 powerful bites before the upper and lower teeth lock together and prevent him from opening his mouth. Whoa. Mort mumbles something at you, his eyes wide. Mort, are you okay? The teeth suddenly unlock and Mort takes a deep breath. I will kill you for this! You planned that! I know it! Look, I didn't mean that to happen. I even warned you. How do they feel? Mort moves his jaw around experimentally. Odd, but not bad. Suddenly the teeth extend into fangs. Oh, they change. They shrink down to normal, then fangs again, then normal. I think I'm gonna like these. I'm sorry, Mort. I didn't mean you any harm. Oh, I'll still get you for this. Mort replies. He grins, his teeth turning into fangs again. Just you wait. Revenge never helped anyone, Mort. Let's go. You turn around to go on your way when you suddenly hear Mort let loose with another howl of pain. Oh no, what happened now? You turn to face Mort again, only to see the teeth finish ripping themselves loose from his mouth and leap back towards you. You catch them easily. Mort, still grumbling, groans painfully. I don't know. It seems like everything was fine for a minute there, but then they ripped themselves out again. The teeth group themselves in your hand in a way so as to somehow face Mort, and then clack twice at him fiercely. I'm thinking they're angry with you, Mort. Wait. Oh, I got coffee in the wrong. Ah, damn it. Sorry about that. I'm drinking coffee and I accidentally breathed some in. But I'm fine. I'm fine. Okay. Oh, I see. Wait, what? They're mad at me? Why? Well, you did insult them, remember? Ugly little Burks, little pikers. Oh, you've gotta be kidding me. Come on, Chief, give them back. Wait, you want them now? Can I assume your vow of revenge against me has been tabled? Mort looks annoyed. Well, it's just that they might be, useful. Mort tries to ignore your grin. Alright, yes, I retract my vow of hideous revenge against you. You're one lucky sod too, might I add. It would have been horrifying. Happy? Can I have them back now? Alright then, here you go. As you move to hand them back to Mort, the teeth crawl up your arm until they arrive at your shoulder, chittering and occasionally clacking angrily at Mort. I don't think they're going to be happy until they get an apology, Mort. I know I didn't hear you right, boss. I think they did what they did to make a point, Mort. But now that it's made, well, you did taunt them, and we know how good you are at that. Sometimes there's a price, you know. It's times like this I really miss having eyelids so I could close them and count to 10. Alright, teeth. Wait, no, sod that. I can't do it. There's only so much a skull can take. I'm not going to give an apology to a bunch of ugly, yellowed, rotting teeth. Uh-oh. The teeth chatter with outrage for a while and then clack sharply twice more at Mort before settling down. You're not sure how you can tell that they're sulking, but you're pretty sure that's what they're doing. Well, alright Mort, if you insist. I'll just put these powerful enchanted shape-changing teeth, that by the way I suspect are capable of learning and will grow more powerful and magical as you do, in this pouch here. You let me know when you change your mind. Mort winces painfully. Boss, this may be the most humiliating moment of my entire career as a Mimir. We all have our torments, Mort. Looks like today this is yours. Well?
Yeah. Alright.
Mort appears to steel himself, then says,
Teeth, I'm sorry, really. You're no uglier than any other enchanted bicuspids I've ever encountered before. You're as nice a shade of yellow as can really go on teeth, and the rotting crack was totally out of line. I hereby tender my apologies and offer to make amends. Alright?
Hey, that actually wasn't that bad. Better than I expected anyway. What do you say, Teeth? The teeth chitter for a bit, almost as if they're considering it. After a while they turn to face Mort and clack once, then settle down comfortably in your shoulder. I think they're satisfied, Mort. I think they're leaving it up to me as to when and whether or not to equip you with them.
Fine, whatever, you're the boss. I'll be over here nursing what's left of my ego back to health. Can we go now?
Let's. Wow, that was a long sequence. But I think it was worth it, because now we have a nice weapon.
Hey, come on.
Hey, come on.
Oh yeah, you can change the damage type on them. Right now I think they're doing crushing. Yeah, but you can change them to piercing. I think I'm gonna keep them on crushing, because I think crushing will be better. Let's level up Mort. Oh, we actually got an alignment shift towards good. So we're neutral good now. We still need to become lawful, but that's gonna take a little while longer. Alright.
I'm gone.
There's no point chasing these guys around the map. They don't really drop anything important. Is this a blind run? No. I've played through this game before, so... this is not a blind run. You can backseat as much as you want. If you want to. I don't really need it, because I know a lot about this game, so... Although there might be some things that I don't remember, because it has been a very long time since I last played this game. Right, so this... I don't want to go here yet. Do I want to get more fighter levels? Or do I just want to go become a mage right away? Because I do want both of the mage specializations. You need to reach level 7 to get the first one, and then... So I might actually just go and swap to mage, although it's gonna take a little bit of doing. But that way we can also access the Circle of Zerthimon. Takes a long while to be a mage. Well, yeah, there's a few quests you need to run some errands for the woman who teaches you.
Done.
Actually, we could also do this, and because this guy's a fighter trainer,
Come on inside where it's warm.
so I wouldn't mind getting another point in edged weapons so we can use daggers, because daggers are like the only weapon you can use as a mage. Well, daggers and fist weapons. But daggers are better. Let's actually do his quest first. Every inch of this man's skin is covered in a web of black lines. It's as if some artist chose to accentuate every crease in his flesh with a quill pen. The overall effect is such that even when his face shows no expression, he appears to be frowning. Greetings. This one has a name. This one is called Porphyron. The man's voice is like a gong. As he speaks, the lines on his face bend and settle into a series of spherical patterns. This one would know. Why do you address this one? I wanted to ask you some questions about the city. This one would have you know. This one cannot answer your questions. The lines on his face twist into angles, then split into a mess of scribbles. This one has only recently stepped foot in this place of walls. Alright then, but I have to ask you this. Why do those lines upon your face move? The lines show anger. Do you take offense? The lines slowly straighten, forming into gentle curves. No offense was meant. Will you accept the many apologies of this one? No offense taken. Why are you angry? This one tells of event recent. Did you know this one was beset by 3? The 3 demanded an item of this one. This one feared an attack. What does this one do? This one surrendered the item. Well, you were right to be afraid. If there were 3, then they might have killed you had you not given up the item. This one has been misunderstood. The lines on his face become angled, then smooth into curves again. This one did not fear being killed. This one feared killing the 3. Well, if you could have killed them, why did you let them rob you? This one walks the path of a warrior. Many weapons have walked with this one. The fist, the blade, the staff, the hatchet, the smiter. These tools are all known to this one. That's not much of an explanation. Again, if you're a warrior with that much training, why let them rob you? This one is forbidden to attack. The lines ripple across his face as he speaks. If this one had struck at the 3 in anger, the vow of non-violence would be unmade. Vow of non-violence? You're a warrior and a pacifist? This one is unfamiliar with your speech. What is this pacifist? Never mind. Why did you train so much if you're not permitted to attack another? This one is of the order of Erate Ag. We await the final days where all will be called to battle. The training and skills of this one, they are to be kept silent until then. So in the meantime, you will let yourself be robbed in the street without defending yourself. This one will clarify. The item is of value. The discipline of the Erate Ag is of greater value. Since you won't fight, any chance you could talk these thieves into returning your item? This one addresses the 3 thieves. What happens? The requests of this one are met with scorn. The 3 will not return the item. I could go see if I could get the item back for you. This one must ask, would you bring violence to the 3 that have robbed this one? Oh, not if I can help it. This one fears, a message absent of violence will not be understood. The lines on the man's face form into a series of ellipses. This one is not opposed to you trying. Alright then, what is this item you've lost? The item is this, a rope of black and red prayer beads, worn around the neck. The worth of these beads is not measured in copper, the worth of these beads is measured in faith. Alright then, I'll see if I can find this necklace. Do you know where these 3 thugs might be? This one knows where the angry words were traded and the item lost. By the barn that burns inside, the three were outside the place, dressed in black and red. 3 robbers dressed in red and black outside the smoldering corpse bar. I'll go find them. Farewell.
Updated my journal.
Down and rest it off!
I'm gone.
Let's go and murder them.
I've never seen something so ugly I've not.
She's calling me ugly, chat.
Done.
This heavy-set thug is swathed in rags, dyed red and black. He looks like he's made almost purely of muscle. He glowers at you as you approach. Greetings. And how can I help you then, Governor? This man's face breaks into a sneer. Looks to me you need a healer. You one of the ones who robbed a monk in the hive? Took his prayer bead necklace? Some sot with lines scrawled all over his face? Claimed he could have put us all in the dead book, yet lets us bob him blind? Never even heard of such a sod, I haven't. Maybe you'd better give me back his necklace before I put you all in the dead book. I'd be watching where you be letting those threats fly, Governor. You let another one slip your tongue and I'll give you a second smile, Jig. If you think you can take me, come on.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Dakon and Mort handle this.
You see that?
All right.
Rock sings true. Rock sings true.
The Karak sings through today.
I'm gone.
Endure. In enduring, grow strong.
Done.
The Karak really does sing through.
All right.
Maybe I could gut a Dusty. Ugh, I've never seen
I should really go to the marketplace as well and sell some stuff.
Italian as copper about that.
I'm gone.
You see Porphyron, he's still standing grimly on the street, paying no heed to the passers-by. The web of lines on his face are staggered into a series of right angles. This one addresses you, Porphyron. As you speak, the angles in Porphyron's face relax into a series of strange curves. This one would ask, do you have the neck rope of beads that was stolen? I think so. Is this it?
Updated my journal.
This one sees what you hold. Those are the beads once missing. He takes them from you. You notice his hands have the same tracery of lines upon them as his face. This one has a question. How did you get the beads from the tree? I killed them and took the beads. This one is content. The message of violence has been conveyed. This one bestows several welcome thanks, yes? The pleasure was mine. I have a question for you though. If you cannot enter combat, how did you get your warrior training? This one clarifies, the Erit Ag may train with one when there is no anger between them. I see. Could you teach me how to use those weapons? This one could instruct you, yes, but this one warns you. With knowledge of violence comes temptation to use it. Well, I sure hope so. This one speaks. Is it your will to leave behind your previous profession? The path of the warrior cannot be walked with an unfocused mind. I have no profession other than fighting at this moment. I would walk the path of the warrior. This one will instruct. The lines on his face fold into triangles. These things comprise the angles of your training. Focus, experience, proficiency. I don't understand. Can you explain?
Updated my journal.
This one will speak of focus first. For teaching to take root, you must have focus. You must be committed to the path of the warrior. The warrior is your profession, no other. Understood. I can only be the fighter class if I want to learn about weapons. What is the next angle of training?
Updated my journal.
This one will speak of experience second. True knowledge of combat comes only with experience. There is limit to how much weapon instruction one may absorb. When you reach new level in Art of Warrior, it may be you are ready for new instruction. Understood. There's a limit to how much I can learn at first, but this limit may increase when I reach a new level. What is the next angle of training? This one will speak of proficiency third. There is only so much one may learn about any weapon. This one would add, there is only so much that this one can teach. Knowledge of the weapon comes at 3 levels: the ignorant, the proficient, and the specialized. There are levels between each of these, in which the student has surpassed previous learning, but has not yet truly reached the plateau of the next skill. What are these levels? This level of the ignorant is this: when one does not know the weapon they use, the attack is clumsy, the damage much less than its potential. That sounds like me when I awoke on the mortuary slab. Go on, what is the level of the proficient? The level of the proficient is this: when one has learned a weapon, he is said to be proficient in its use. His attacks are no longer clumsy, they come swiftly and surely. And the level of the specialist?
Updated my journal.
The level of the specialist is this: when one goes beyond proficiency, he becomes specialized in use of the weapon. The weapon is no longer tool, but extension of will. Alright, I understand. What can you teach me of weapons? This one was trained in the hand, the blade, the staff, the hatchet, and the smiter. Of which would you know? I wish to know about daggers. One who would use the dagger. It strikes swiftly. The damage it does is the slash of a claw or the piercing like a needle. The damage is determined by the type of dagger. Do you wish to use a portion of your talent to attain the level of the proficient in this weapon? Yes, I wish to learn to use this weapon.
Updated my journal.
This one will instruct you. First, stand like so. Yes. This one compliments you. The knowledge comes to you swiftly. You take instruction well. Thank you.
Updated my journal.
Yeah, I can't get any more points in daggers. This one can teach you no more. Do you know you have already achieved the level of the proficient in the use of such a weapon? This one can only instruct you in a final lesson. Find a master to learn more, if indeed it is possible for you to learn more. Remain devoted to the path of the warrior, and it shall not be long before you reach the limits of knowledge. I'll see if I can find one then. Farewell. Gumball, a professional role player? I wouldn't go that far. Look at all those journal updates. That's the true Torment experience. Alright, now that we have our second point in daggers, which is the maximum we can get, unless we want to be a fighter until level 13, but we don't want that because I want the mage specializations, so yeah. This whole swapping classes thing works a bit differently in this game than it does in normal D&D rules. Yeah, let's go and start our mage training. And do some more reading. Okay. There she is, old Mebeth. This squat old woman looks like she has had all the color bled out of her. Everything from her hair to her shawl to her robe, all are shades of grey. The only splotches of color on her come from several strange herbs which are tied to her belt by their stalks. The herbs make a strange shh when she moves, like a broom. Greetings. The elderly woman turns and stares at you, and you notice the grey shades blanketing her body extend to her features as well. Her hair is a wispy grey, and her eyes are like chips of granite. She frowns when she sees you. And who might ye be? I don't really know who I am. So you not know yourself, child? How would I make an old woman voice?
Hard to piece together the man beneath.
No, that sounds... I need to think about this. Hard to piece together the man beneath all that tracery and scrawling scars, is it? Maybe. Who are you?
Have you not heard of old Mebet then, the midwife of the square? Have you not now? Well, now ye have, for I be Mebet.
You're a midwife? What do you do?
Updated my journal.
I set bones right, drive the cough out of the sick, yank out squealing stubborn babes, mend cloaks or a rag or two, make cures and herbs and other such. Be needing a cure or three, do ye then?
Cures?
Aye, ye be needing some cures to look at ye. Do ye want to buy some, do ye? Too late to be asking for them, I think.
Not at the moment. I had a question for you.
Go on and ask then.
Are you a witch, Mebeth? Mebeth scrutinizes you.
I say not as to what I am and isn't, but what you be wanting to know so full bad for that ye hound an old woman, barking and sniffing for a juicy bit of gossip.
I want to learn about magic. Could you teach me?
Pah! I'm no teacher, no schoolmistress all set up to teach like them in the big fest hall. There's others somewhere, I'm sure, that'd spill the dark of it. You'd be wasting your time with old Mebeth, so ye would.
I don't agree. I think you'd have a lot to teach. Mebeth looks at you intently.
Oh, aye? Why do ye want to learn such things?
Now, this dialogue choice is actually important because it determines some stat boosts you get much later in the game. And the best option here is this. Even though it makes you slightly more evil, but you get the best stat boost this way. Because I need power.
Pah! An ill desire, for the ladder of the art will always remind ye that there's another rung just above ye, and there's a bunch of people and things that'll be on it too. There will always be someone better, and they'll learn ye if you crave too much.
I understand. Will you teach me anyway?
Pah!
Mebeth shakes her head.
One should make songs rather than make magic. Songs have more beauty. Magic's been made dull, commonplace, soiled by the mob of people that have trumped through it. I'll teach ye, but first you'll need to do some things for me, you hear?
Like what?
My legs aren't good for walking about sickle, and there's errands I'd have ye run. I need you to fetch some herbs from the market. It's spireward, easterly and southerly from here, in the Hive Market. Here's a sample.
She takes a black seed from her coat and flicks it to you. Examine the seed.
Updated my journal.
You twist the black seed in your hand. As you do, you feel a small bite, then a small drop of blood oozes from your thumb. There are tiny barbs on the seed, like teeth.
Careful with it. Show it to one of the fruit merchants at the market. They will know what herbs you seek.
Very well then, I'll return when I have the herbs.
All right. All right. All right.
This older merchant has a worldly look to him. His deep voice is gentle but confident. Ah, hello there. Are you ready to sample some of the most delectable treats from across the plains, my good man? Mebet, the midwife of the square, needs some herbs sprung from this seed here. Can you help me? The man takes the seat, looks at it critically. As he presses it between his thumb and forefinger, he winces and a small drop of blood appears on his thumb. Ah, this seat's got a bite on it. I noticed that. Do you have the herb she's talking about? He can't seem to take his eye off the seat. Lad, I don't know if there's anyone who has what your friend seeks. To be square, I've never even seen such a seed before. You would need someone who cultivates seeds such as this, for I have none. Very well then, where would I find such a person?
Updated my journal.
Don't know the dark of that, friend. He hands the seed back to you. You'd be hard-pressed to find a gardener in the hive. Looks like I'll have to. Thanks for your help. Farewell. Well, luckily I know where to find one.
Come on off with you there, let's go.
Nobody's talking? You mean in chat? I think people are just listening. Because that's kind of how you...
Right.
That's all you really can do. You can just listen. Because I'm just reading. You still want the ambient sound up? Well, I'll oblige. I don't want it to be too loud because I don't want it to overpower everything. Oh wait, it's here. It really is great background noise. You mean my stream? Yeah, I imagine a lot of people probably just have me on the background. But that's fine too. I don't really mind. Lurkers are totally fine.
Why not then? Just show it to me.
This one in particular, like a good audiobook. Well, thank you. I am trying my best. You know, I will occasionally mispronounce some words, because, you know, I am not a native English speaker, so... But I am trying my best. You see a tired-looking, sorrowful old man who is gazing at the ash-dead tree in front of him. He is mumbling to himself and tapping his chin as if trying to figure something out. Occasionally he shakes his head sadly. Greetings. He seems momentarily startled as you interrupt his train of thought. He speaks in a calm, unhurried tone, but one full of sadness. Oh, greetings to you too, friend. How's this day find you? It finds me well. He smiles, but sorrow still lies in his eyes. That's good, friend. Hope your good fortune continues. He seems about to turn back to the tree. And how's this day find you? He shrugs slightly and offers a bit of a smile. Fortune finds me well, though I'm saddened just the same. Why's that? He pats the tree beside him. It's the trees here, in the hive. They're dying, friend, and no one cares. Seeing the look on your face, he holds his hands up as if to silence you for a moment. It may not matter to some, but it's important to me. I feel it's a shame to see the last tatters of life and beauty in this world left, uncared for, to die. Can you understand that, friend? Yes, you're right. It's a sad thing. He seems surprised and blurts out, Really? Oh, I mean, wonderful. Perhaps you would... He pauses and seems suddenly suspicious. He recomposes himself, speaking in his usual slow manner. In any case, that's good. I suppose you have some questions for me now? No, not just yet. What is it you were going to ask? For the first time, the man seems genuinely happy. Beaming, he explains. It's difficult for anything to survive here. Just look around and you'll see what I mean, friend. I'm not sure if it's possible for the trees to thrive here, even if they somehow were to get enough light and clean water. Go on. He nods enthusiastically. But if enough people care, really want them to live, I just know they'll survive.
they'll turn green again and flourish.
What? That makes no sense.
He smiles knowingly, shaking his head. You're new here, I can see that now. You don't understand how things work in Sigil, friend. Belief is everything here. Everything.
You could be right.
I am right. I'm certain of it. A sense of conviction surrounds him like an aura. He seems so unlike the man you first spoke to. That's all I'd ask of you, friend. Just care for them. Hope for their recovery. In time, should enough people want it, it will come to pass. Can you do that for me, friend?
Yes, I'll help you.
Excellent, my friend, excellent. I thank you. You've given me back my confidence, my purpose. Perhaps I can find others like you who'll listen. Perhaps we'll make a difference. What about your companions, friend? Would you speak to them on my behalf?
Mort, what do you think?
Huh? Oh, yeah, Chief, sure, whatever you say.
I'm serious, Mort. Can you make the effort?
Mort looks at you for a while, silently, then nods. Yeah, I can. If it's that important to you, I'll do it.
Thanks. Dakon, could you help this man?
One finds your request most intriguing. Trees in the hive, like cities in limbo. They would stand as a testament to the will of the people not to bow to that which would surround and devour them, to take what has been thrust upon them, or left behind, and make good of it. I, too, will care for these trees.
Thanks. I had some questions, Morns.
He nods, awaiting your question.
I need some herbs sprung from this seed. Can you help me?
Mourns for Trees takes the seed from you and holds it up to his eye. What an odd seed. Are those teeth along the edge? Barbs, perhaps. Where did you come by it, friend?
Old Mebeth, the midwife of the square, needs some herbs sprung from that seed. Do you know where I could get some?
No. Mourns for Trees continues to stare at the seed in his hand. This is the only seed of its kind I've ever seen. He winces, and a spot of blood glistens on his thumb. The barbs on it are sharp indeed. Perhaps you should hold it.
So you can't help me either?
Unless you can make that one grow, I cannot. Again, I've never seen a seed of its like before, friend.
Is there any way to make it grow faster?
Mourns for Trees looks at the seed. Perhaps, if you cared enough to see it grow.
What do you mean?
This is Sigil, friend. Belief is everything. Everything. From the spire on which Sigil rests to even that tiny seed you hold there. If you believe enough, anything is possible. Focus on the seed, will it to grow. To your surprise, there is a crack and the seed splits, twigs splitting from its surface like fingers. Instinctively you drop the seed, but the talon-like twigs wrap around your wrist and will not let go.
What the hells?
Updated my journal.
Mourns for Trees stares at the barbed branches wrapped around your wrist, stunned. I think the barbs on those new branches would be more than enough for what your friend needs.
I will return it to her then. Thank you for your help. Farewell.
Done.
Man, the writing in this game is just...
That's all, folks.
The writing in this game is just something else. And we're not even to the good bits yet. And hello, knowing it.
All right.
How are you doing this fine evening? Sound alerts are too low. Are they? Well, let me turn them up a bit. Okay, try one now.
Done.
Just don't do the Saravak one. Because that'll interfere.
Hope I'm pumping up for Aussie, because you're pulling your Aussie to TOB. Eventually, yeah. I'm a lazy piece of shit. I would have to install the HDD into this computer.
Abandon your post! Flee! Flee for your lives!
Okay, was that better? Perfect. Okay, good.
Done.
Mebeth turns as you enter and gives you a skeptical eye.
Your path brings you back here, does it, child?
I returned with those herbs you wanted. Now maybe you can get this damn bramble patch off my wrist.
Is that so? If so, think it off then.
Do so.
Updated my journal.
Creaking and snapping, the black barbed branches unravel themselves from your wrist and form into a tangled ball of brush and twigs. It looks like a nest of dead black snakes.
Think it into a picture frame of some such. Something with more structure and less angles.
Concentrate on the barbed ball, then imagine it as a picture frame. The branched ball creaks, the twigs bending and twisting until the branches have bent themselves into a small picture frame, 2 hand spans on a side. Almost unconsciously, you imagine shape the barbs to the back of the frame so it can be hung from the wall easily. And as an afterthought, you move the remaining barbs to the inside of the frame so it can be picked up by the edges. How's that? Kampala is playing Planescape, that's the polar opposite of preparing to return to Aussie. Yeah, there is also the matter of getting some more BG2 playtime in. Like, I want a run to go deep into BG2 before I return to Aussie. Because if I just go back to Aussie immediately, you know we're just gonna nestle instantly. But I promise we will finish Aussie's run before the real Aussie kicks the bucket. Copium. Mebeth stares at the frame for a moment, then cackles.
Square enough it is. Good work, child. Good work.
She picks up the frame and scrutinizes it.
This'll do nicely.
Is that all you wanted it for?
Well, this is enough. But there was one thing I forgot to tell you to fetch when you left last time. And it'll take you back to the merchant square. Well, look for the cloth seller, Giscorl. He has some rags of mine that he was supposed to wash, and long has it been since I first asked him to do it.
I'll go get it. Farewell.
I feel stronger.
I feel stronger. He's gonna die tomorrow now you've said that. Nah. The dude's still got some life juice left, I'm sure. Alright, we leveled up. Now, where do we put this point? Wisdom is pretty much fine at 19. There's a lot of boosts to wisdom you can get in this game. So I'm thinking we should maybe like start putting up constitution. Intelligence is also fine at 18. And charisma, there's no real reason to boost it because it also has quite a few free boosts. There's also the friend spell. So yeah, I am thinking constitution. We start putting points there. Yeah, let's do that.
All right.
Can you die in this game? There's a handful of like game over scenarios that permanently end the game, but those like you need to like really fuck up to get those. So
I got a good
You get ability score upgrades? Yes, you do.
I'm gone.
Every time you advance a level in your highest class, you get a characteristic point. But only in your highest class. So like now that I'm fighter level 5, if I switch to mage now and I level up as a mage, I won't get character points until I reach mage level 6. For a second I thought you nestled, and I remembered you get stats in Torment, yeah. I mean, technically this is still a no reload run. I haven't had to reload yet, so we're kinda doing no reload. And like, you can't really die in terms of like, you know, if you die in combat, you just wake up at a different location, so. And it can even be used as a gameplay mechanic, which I will show.
Ha! My aim is true!
Later. You see a spindly-looking merchant with a brush of grey and red stubble across his chin. He wears several layers of brightly colored robes, so much so that it looks like a flag with arms and legs. He is shaking slightly as you watch. Greetings. I, Giscorl. He bows and spreads his trembling hands. As he does, you notice his hands and forearms are a twisted mass of black scar tissue, as if they were once badly burned. I'm here to pick up someone's wash. Mebeth, the midwife, Rackpicker Square. Wash cloth? Yes, Mebeth. Rackpicker Square. Rag picker? He taps his fingers as if counting something. I know, I remember. He holds up a trembling finger as if telling you to wait. Wait for him to fetch the wash. He comes back with a flattened mass of green rags, thin as paper, yet so stiff they look like they could double as wooden boards. The rags are so caked with a greenish lime starch that they look like it would take years of soaking to relax them. How many times did you clean these? Giscorl washcloth, starch cloth every 5th day. Washcloth, starch cloth every 5th day. His eyes flicker. Giscorl wash many years, always starch cloth on 5th day. Giscorl's ritual. But they're ruined. Washcloth is Giscorl's ritual. His voice is flat, almost zombie like, oh. Must starch cloth every 5th day. What's the point of doing it every 5 days when they don't need... Oh, never mind. Just hand them over. Give cloth. He nods, then hands you the rags. They're heavy. Oh, that's narration. They're heavy. It's like carrying an armload of bricks. I'll take them back to Mebeth now. Farewell.
I'm carrying too much to move. I'm carrying too much to move.
You're carrying too much to move. Well, thank you for telling me. Oh yeah, the Veorn nestled in Candlekeep with a monk. The memes write themselves. Not interested in fighting these guys right now.
I'm gone. All right.
All right. Mebeth seems lost in twisting the black-branched picture frame you made for her. She's squaring the edges and snapping off some of the barbed seeds on the branches. She suddenly notices you and sets down the frame. Hi, child? I brought your wash. I think Giscorl was a little heavy on the cleaning ritual, though. She takes the stacks of starched green rags from you, and she examines them critically. At least they won't tear.
Or bend.
What was with that cloth merchant, Giscorl? His hands were all scarred, and he seemed slow. Yeah, Dev needs to read chat a bit more, that I do agree. A lot of disasters could have been avoided if he just glanced at chat. Mebeth is still turning the cloth over in her hands, tapping it with her finger.
Well, child, sometimes one burns with the art, and other times the art burns ye.
Is that what happened to him?
Mebeth clicks her tongue. Mayhap. There's some for who using the art is like breathing. They strolls about with pointy hats and stinkweed pipes. Then there's hedge wizards and plain-touched gypsies and fortune casters and half-seers and midwives who flicker with the art. Them have a harder time of it.
And Giscorl was one of them? Mebeth nods.
Aye, so to speak. In some ways, he's no different now than he was. Addicted to habit and ritual, he was.
She sets down the stiff rags. They clunk as she places them on the floor.
Aye, now there's one last thing I need from you, child.
Of course. What do you need? To be fair to him, chat was scrolling super quick and there was loads of spam. Yeah, true. But like a lot of the times we were spamming the exact same thing. He plays BG like League of Legends. I mean, he is a League player. Or was. I don't know if he plays actively anymore, but... Of course, what do you need?
Only this. I need some inks for scribing some ingredients in one of my cookery books. I'll need you to fetch some from one of the merchants. Casa J be her name.
Alright then, I'm off. Farewell.
Updated my journal.
Okay, this is the last thing. Then we can actually become a mage.
Done.
Alright, fine, we'll kill these guys.
Alright.
Wait, I should be using a dagger because... this is 1 to 4 piercing, this is 2 to 5, this is better. We'll use this. Oh, they actually hit me.
I'm gone. Done. Alright.
She's submissive, she's wonderful, she's luscious, she's yours for a price.
Alright.
This toothless old crone reeks of fish and brine. Spying your approach, she gives you a wide pink smile.
Fish, my child? Fish heads, mayhap?
Mebeth said you sell ink. She sent me to purchase some.
Ink? Nay, sir. I sells no ink. I sells just fish.
Are you sure? Mebeth, the midwife in Ragpicker Square, mentioned you specifically.
Well, Casa J was me dam's name and me granddam's name, so it could be any of us. Yet they're both in the dead book, so only this Casa J matters. No idea what she's on about. A midwife in the Picker Square, you say? Don't know her, I don't.
Well then, she said you would be able to help me, but if that's not the case, never mind.
Now hold on, your midwife friend's not all wrong. I know how you can get ink, but it may not be the ink you're looking for. The ink I'm thinking of bleeds from the gills of a Brogoda fin, it does.
This Brogoda fin, it bleeds ink?
Aye, thing is, that fish is not for eating. It got a horrible taste, scalds the tongue. You can ask Mayram. She pitches her fish cell down the street the southerly way. She might have one of them fish you needs on her pole.
I'll go seek her out then.
Updated my journal.
See the shine on that? See the edge on it? I tell you what, Cutter, that'll do you your business.
This old woman stands silently by the wall, staring off into the distance. She seems to be unconcerned with the flow of traffic around her, and clutches a wooden pole from which dozens of small fish are dangling. Greetings.
Oh, hello, sir.
She squints at you for a moment, trying to discern your identity.
Oh my, here I was thinking you one of me regular customers.
She puffers her fish pole.
Tuna, sir? Mackerel? Sea cucumber?
Can you explain what's happening so far in this game? I don't want to spoil too much, so I'll just recap what's just happened. So we escaped the mortuary. We woke up there, seemingly dead, but not actually. We discovered that we cannot die. So we escaped, and in the mortuary we met a ghost of a woman who will be important later, but I won't spoil too much. She told us some things, and she gave us the ability to raise people from the dead. And now we're in the starting area, or like city of this game, the Hive, and we're just doing menial quests. We picked up 2 companions. Well, you pick up Mort the Skull right from the get-go, but we also picked up Dakon, the Gitzerai fighter mage. And yeah, right now we're trying to become a mage. Because in this game you need to find trainers who can help you switch class. So we're trying to get to our mage training. But we need to do these menial tasks first. She gave us the ability to raise the dead, and now we're almost at level 2. You actually start out at level 3 in this game. But yeah. No fish, thanks. I had some questions. Her mouth presses down into a tight-lipped frown, and she stares off over your shoulder. Have you heard of a Progoda fin? I was told it bleeds ink from its gills. She blinks, then nods.
Aye, that fish. That fish is a strange one, it is. Not many have heard of it, unless would want to eat it. Difficult to kill, and even in death it still seems to live. Not many want to latch their teeth around something that still writes.
Am I following a guide? It seems I know what to do. I've played this game many times when I was younger. I have a lot of stuff still in the back of my head. So did you say Gitzerai? Aren't those like the good counterpart to the Githyanki? Yes, they are. Dakon is a Gitzerai, not a Githyanki. They're not good, they're neutral. Well, yeah, I think they're lawful neutral. Do they hate illithids too? Yes, they absolutely do hate illithids. But there will be more on that later, once we do the Circle of Zertimon. Which we could actually do right away once we become a mage. There's actually quite a bit of lore dump here. So stay tuned for that. Do you have one?
Updated my journal.
Aye, but the ink, you'll need something to carry it in. Have ye a bowl or cup perchance?
Or a tankard. Maybe one of the merchants is selling one. Farewell. In knowing the teachings of Zertimon, I have become stronger, yes. They're both technically the same race, they're just divided by culture, yeah, pretty much. But like I said, we'll learn more once we read this thing. Quite a bit of lore here. This attractive young woman is smiling and beckoning to all passers-by as she calls out the virtues of her goods. Plates, jugs, cups, tankards, drink from the goblets of the finest lords. Upon seeing you, she waves you over as if you were an acquaintance. May I see what you're selling here? I sell plates, cups, jugs, tankards, cutlery, and the like, sir. All of quality, sir. The finest. She steps back and lifts the lid of the crate on the wagon behind her. Please, look over my goods. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask. I need something to hold ink in. Do you have a tankard or a goblet for sale? Oh yes, many kinds. They range in price from a few coppers to several hundred. Actually, I'm looking for the cheapest one you have. Dakan is such a good character, oh yeah. He's probably my favorite companion in this game. She raises an eyebrow. She reaches into the crate at her side and throws a battered looking tankard to you. It is covered in dents and its handle looks like it is about to fall off. This one looks like it was used on someone's skull. She smiles slightly. It'll do. Thanks and farewell.
Updated my journal.
Hello, sir. Care to purchase some? She suddenly recognizes you. Oh, you have returned.
Yes, I had some questions. I brought a tankard. Can I get the ink from the fish in it? Are you doing fighter mage? Well, not really. The way classes work in this game is you completely switch over to whatever class you're playing. So you can you can level up all the classes, but you can only play as one at any given time. It's a bit weird. It's a pretty unique system. So basically I'm gonna be a mage. While it does not lead to the optimal ending, unlocking either Dakan or Valor at the very end of the game is so good. Let's try not to spoil too much. You know, because some people might not have played this game. Can you cast magic missiles in this game? Yes, you can. That's why I'm being vague, yeah, but not everyone knows who Valor is, so... But it's fine, it's fine. Just don't, like, spoil any major stuff. She nods and plucks a fish from her pole. It twitches as she grabs it, then starts lashing about as she begins to twist it like a rag. She wrings it until bluish-black ichor begins to trickle from the fish's gills. When your tankard is almost full, she relaxes her grip and throws the twitching fish into a sack at her side. Thanks and farewell.
Updated my journal.
Valor was part of the promotional material for this game in BG though. Was he?
Try these spices, sir. You can just taste them all over your...
You can just taste them all over your... Show me some spells in a second, once we get our mage training, which we're gonna do right now.
I'm gone.
Yeah, Daedra was added to BG2 as part of marketing for Torment. Oh yeah, those lore-breaking items. Listen, she sells Dakon's Dirt Blade, right? But listen, if I try to take it from him...
The Karak blade is tied to me. Neither may exist without the other.
Neither may exist without the other. So how exactly did she get a hold of this thing? If this cannot exist without... If Dakon is dead, this blade should also be gone. Goddamn lore-breaking items. Shake my head. But oh well. Now the cool thing about Dakon's blade is it actually changes depending on his mood. If you treat him really well, he gets the good version of the blade, and if you treat him like shit, he gets the evil version. Maybe Dakan just lies to you. Yeah, so I couldn't... He lies to me, so I can't take his blade. Makes sense.
All right.
Alright, let's become a mage. Oh wait, actually, I should unequip some stuff. Because all these fighter items are gonna get unequipped. Yeah, that should be it. She's also gonna give me some stuff. Okay, that should be enough space. Here's that ink you wanted. We gotta get a tattoo? We will, eventually. Mebeth takes the tankard of ink from you, then sniffs it. Prime ink, fresh it is, aye. She nods at you. You've done well, child. All I've asked. Now I ask ye again. After all you've seen, do you still want to learn the art? Yes. After all, the guiding goal of your errands was to test my persistence, was it not? Mebeth smiles, then nods. Yes, mayhap, child, mayhap. And that's not all. You knew who I had to see to accomplish each errand, didn't you?
You should not have come to this place.
Thank you, Vad JFD, for the follow. Much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. Mebeth nods again, slower this time. Oh. Mayhap, child, mayhap. If and so, what did your senses tell ye about them? Mors for Threes showed me that my beliefs affect the world around me. Giscor taught me that ritual is a wasted effort if the purpose of the ritual is ignored. Mayram taught me that no matter how much I think I know, there is still much I can learn from another's eyes. Mebeth is silent for a moment, then she walks slowly over to you and touches you on the cheek. Oh, child, she sighs. Ye will be a master sorcerer one day, ye will. Ye have the knowing of it. Yet, ye've come to old Mebeth for help, ye have. What could a midwife teach such a one? Much, Mebeth. I want to learn all you have to teach. So, you'll walk the path then? Mebeth pauses. Well, first things firstly. Just having the knack for the art isn't enough. You need some means of giving it focus, usually spells. The spells are usually in a book, so the art demands you have a spell book, or it's like a 4. You can cast spells. Can you read? Yes. Then let's test it. Can you read this? Mebeth draws forth a small tattered card. It looks like a recipe. Examine the recipe. The writing on the recipe swims before your eyes, each symbol twisting out of focus whenever you try and read it. Almost instinctively, you relax your eyes, allowing them to take in the page all at once, and the symbols suddenly bleed together. The recipe lists measurements, ingredients. It appears to be some minor divination. This is a minor divination, isn't it? It looks like it's a spell that allows the user to see the nature of an item, to see whether it's enchanted or not. Hello, Hachiman. How are you doing this fine evening? Or at least it's evening here. Mebeth's eyes widen. Who are ye to test old Mebeth so? Are you some fiend? No, well, not to my knowledge. What's wrong?
Updated my journal.
Good, this is my favorite game. That's awesome. This is also one of my favorite games, which is part of the reason why I'm streaming it. Well, not expecting it, was I? She nods at the recipe, then plucks it out of your hand. What you see, it's written in the language of the art. If you're not a mageling yet, it should be all a swirled jumble of mishmash. She snaps her finger. Yet, clear as crystal, ye pluck the sense of it right up.
Mayhap tell old Mebbet why that is.
I think I may have known once, but forgot. Seeing the symbols just jarred my memory.
Or else a natural gift ye may have. No matter, no matter. You've just shaved seasons off of your learning ye have. And I'd been looking for someone to handle the chores around here I had.
If you need help with anything around here, you can still ask. It's the least I can do in exchange for you teaching me.
No, don't worry yourself about that. Well, you can read spells well enough, but spells are no good to you without a book to put them in.
Do you have one?
Mebbeth glances around the hut, and then she catches sight of the black bar picture frame you made. She picks it up carefully and studies it. This'll do.
That thing? It's just a frame.
Ah, but so are you, child. Still holding the frame, she picks up one of the starched rags you got from Giscarl. With a yank, she pulls off the greenish starched surface film. It flutters in the air like a wispy bit of cloth. Whatever Giscarl uses in the wash, it works better than curing, stretching and stoning does on a normal rag. Can't afford parchment, I can.
Parchment?
She takes the starchy film and pulls it over the black barb frame, latching the rag's edges onto the hooks around the frame until it looks like a small greenish black painter's canvas. It's missing something.
Well, it needs something painted on it.
She nods. Aye, or written on it. She takes the tankard of ink you've given her and sets it down next to her. She dips one of her fingernails into the tankard, then draws it out, mumbling to herself. She begins to scratch symbols onto the frame, one by one, still mumbling to herself. Wait. All's done. Mebbet stands, drying her ink-stained fingernail on her robe. She tilts her head, regarding the strange framed page in front of her. A page for your spellbook it is. She indicates you should pick it up. Take it. Inside your spellbook are your recipes, your spells, if you will. As long as they sit in the book, though, they're just words. She taps her head. The art demands you pluck the magic out of the book and put them in your attic, your head, afore you can tap their power.
Go on.
You put them in your attic by studying them, memorizing them. You usually need to rest first afore you can do this, though. Any questions?
No, Mebbeth.
Oh, no questions, eh? Well, now, you should have questions. Ye knows all about how to memorize spells, do ye? You're a sharp one. You sure don't need any more of Mebbet's words all a-gobbling up your precious time. You're a master sorcerer already.
Forgive me, Mebbeth. I meant no questions on what you'd said. Please explain how to memorize spells.
All right then. Here's the dark of how you memorize the spells. Pick the spells you want to stick in your head from your spellbook afore ye goes to sleep. When you wake in the morn, they'll be buzzing in your head like flies, ready to be let out.
How many spells can I cast?
You can cast only one, mayhap 2 spells if are needing to rest again. As a tiny flitting mageling, there isn't much room in your attic. So use your spells wisely until you get wiser in the art. As your power increases, you'll get more room in your attic for spells.
Alright, go on.
You can only cast spells you memorized, so if you want to use the art to, say, mend something twice, you need to memorize the spell how many times?
Twice.
Mebbeth nods. Aye, twice, right enough.
How can I get more spells?
Updated my journal.
My voice is starting to crack.
Mebbeth shrugs.
Keep your eyes and ears out for learning. Even common folks might have some minor magics to teach. There's also scrolls, recipes, books, and even some stranger items that have spells inscribed on them. If you find one, just examine it close and copy it into your book if you want it.
Got it.
I can also show you more spells if you return, especially when you have a little more of the planes in you.
I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Before you go, child, you'll need some magics for you to whet your appetite.
Mebbeth rummages in her robe, then pulls forth 3 small recipes which she passes to you.
You should copy these into your book, so they can go into your attic as soon as possible.
Thanks, Mebbeth.
Updated my journal.
Wait, there's more.
Mebeth fishes a tiny bundle of black cloth from her apron and unrolls it, producing a pair of amber earrings.
These'll protect ye on your travels, child. I no longer wear them myself, so go ahead and take them.
Thanks again.
Alright, child, don't tarry here any longer. One such as ye has other ways to spend one's time rather than hang around old Mebeth.
No, come now, Mebeth, you're not old.
Pah, you flatterer. Your tongue is so lined with silver, it'd shame up by a Tezu. Get ye hence.
Thanks for everything, Mebeth.
Pah, you can thank me by not playing the Adelco with what you've learned. The art's damned many a fool who sought to bend it in ways the art weren't meant to bend. Now get along with you.
Farewell.
I feel stronger.
So if you're a level 5 fighter, what level will you be as a mage? You start progressing independently as a mage. So I'm level 1 to start with. But since we got XP from that conversation, we're gonna level up. See how we don't get any character points now. So we're level 3 as a mage now. We have XP like independent. And it works the same way if we switch to thief at any point. So yeah, we're a mage now. We have some spells here. We have Identify, we have Chromatic Orb, and we have Blood Bridge. We also have these runes that we got from the skeletons in the mortuary. So you can be triple dual class. Well, it's not quite the same as dual classing. It's a pretty like unique system because you completely switch over. Like I'm a single class mage now. And if I switch to fighter, I'll be a single class fighter, you know. It's a bit weird. The nameless one is above such petty mechanics. He switches his class whenever he feels like it. Yeah, pretty much. Anyway, let's learn these spells. You actually cannot fail learning spells in this game. I don't know why, but... We also got these amber earrings. They give you +2 to AC and 2 additional first level spells, so we'll equip that. We'll also learn these. We got the Rune of Greater Warding, which will teach us the shield spell. So we'll take that. We also have armor. I mean, I might as well learn it, because I'll eventually have 19 intelligence. Dakan is a fighter mage, so he can also learn these, so I might as well teach him these. So yeah. Failing to learn spells is lame as hell.
Alright.
Yeah. I don't know why they made it 100% in this game, but I'm not complaining. It's a one hell of a hassle. Memorize some spells? Yeah, I should do that. Right, so this is our first level spells for now. We have armor, which works pretty much exactly. It's a bit different actually. The spell lasts until the wearer sustains cumulative damage totaling more than 8 points +1 per level of the caster. So it's not like a set duration. It lasts until it's destroyed by damage. There's also Chromatic Orb, which is pretty shit in this game because you actually have to make an attack roll. It's the caster's normal attack roll +3, but you know, if you're a mage, it's gonna be pretty bad. There's also Identify. Identify works exactly the same. And there's Shield. Shield gives you AC 3, and it also gives you +1 to saves. And it's 25 seconds per level of the caster. Level 2, right now we only have Blood Bridge, which is garbage. It's basically like that, what was the spell called in... what was that spell? The priest spell from Icewind Deification, where you basically trade hit points from yourself to another. I don't remember what it was called, but it's basically that spell. But right now it's all we have, so we'll just memorize it. We'll get a couple of identifies, and yeah, Chromatic Orb is so worthless in this game, it's not worth memorizing, so we'll just go with Shield. Honestly, we need to find some scrolls. Or maybe buy some. Yeah, Dakan should also. These are his, like, Dakan's own spells that only he gets. Although you can get these if you train with him, which we're gonna do next, by the way. Rain of Anger is literally just Magic Missile, so that's good. Submerge the Will is basically Shield, but a bit better because it gives you 2 AC. So we'll keep these. And this is basically just Strength. Alright. Let's go somewhere quiet and...
Alright.
Whatever. Let's go in here.
Done.
It's nice and quiet here. Now we need to talk to Dakan.
What is your will?
There are things I would know, Dakan. I will hear you. Can I talk to you about your teachings? Dakan waits. Can you teach me anything of the art, Dakan? Know that the way of the people is not the same as the art you have come to know. It is not the energy that gives strength. It is knowing the self that gives strength. The teachings of Zertimon speak of such things. Would you teach me the way of Zertimon, Dakan? Do you know what you have asked? The texture of Dakan's blade flows until it becomes a stone. To walk the path of Zertimon, you must know of the people. The knowing of such things by one not of the people is a difficult matter. There are those not of the people who have heard the way of Zertimon, but they do not know the way. Dakan, I want to know of the people and know Zertimon's teachings. I believe there is wisdom to be learned in such things.
Updated my journal.
Know that I have heard your words and I shall test them. To learn, you must know the people. To know the people, you must know the unbroken circle of Zertimon. Dakan holds up the stone desk in his possession, and his spider-like fingers hook into its sides. There is a click, and the plates of the circle slide into a new configuration. He reverses the motion, sealing the stone. Know the first circle of Zertimon is open to you. Study it, then I will hear your words. Very well, I will examine it and speak with you again. Now we should have high enough stats to fully unlock this thing, which is quite nice. I think you need 18 int and 19 wisdom. So we should be good to go. Now this is gonna be a long reading session, so buckle up, boys, because we're gonna be reading. Here we go. This small round stone is the unbroken circle of Zertimon. It is made up of a series of interlocking circles that fold out from one another. The complexity of the plates and the intricacy of their links prove the text was constructed by a master artisan. Unlock the first plate as Dakan showed you. You mirror the motions that Dakan made upon the circle, and the plates give way at your touch, the rings sliding into a new configuration. Upon the rings are a series of symbols. The script is like no writing you have ever seen. It is a series of interlocking geometries with circles predominating. Just looking at it, you know the symbols and know you can read them. Read the first circle of Zerthimon. Know that we are the first people. Once all was chaos. The first people were thought, drawn from chaos. When the first people came to know themselves, they were chaos no longer and became flesh. With their thoughts and knowing of matter, the people shaped the first world and dwelt there with their knowing to sustain them. Yet the flesh was new to the people, and with it the people came not to know themselves. The flesh gave rise to new thoughts, greed and hates, pains and joys, jealousies and doubts. All of these fed on each other, and the minds of the people were divided. In their division, the people were punished. The emotions of the flesh were strong, the greed and hates, the pains and joys, the jealousies and doubts. All of these served as a guiding stone to enemies. In becoming flesh, the first people became enslaved to those who knew flesh only as tools for their will. No, these beasts were the most hated illithids. The illithids were a race that had come not to know themselves. They had learned how to make other races not know themselves. They were the tentacled ones. They lived in flesh and saw flesh as tools for their will. Their blood was as water, and they shaped minds with their thoughts. When the illithids came upon the people were a people no more. The people became slaves. The illithids took the people from the first world and brought them to the false worlds. As the people labored upon the false worlds, the illithids taught them the way of the flesh. Through them, the people came to know loss. They came to know suffering. They came to know death, both of the body and mind. They came to know what it is to be heard of another and have their flesh consumed. They came to know the horror of being made to feel joy in such things. Hello, Gracie. Pause. Finish reading the circle. The unbroken circle is the knowing of how the people lost themselves and how they came to know themselves again. Okay, now we need to talk to Dakon.
What is your will?
I have read the unbroken circle of Zerthimon. I want to speak to you more about the way of Zerthimon. What did you come to know? Strength lies in knowing oneself. I learned that once someone does not know themselves, they are lost. They become a tool for others.
Updated my journal.
You have come to know the first circle of Zerthimon. You not only see the words of Zerthimon, you have come to know them. Dakon holds up the circle and hooks his fingers around the edges. There's a click and the ceiling and the plates of the circle slide into a new configuration. He reverses the motion. Oh, it's the same thing every time, I think, so I'm not gonna read this every time. Alright, there's the first circle. Unlock the second circle. Know that flesh cannot mark steel. Know that steel may mark flesh. In knowing this, Zerthimon became free. Know that the tentacled ones were of flesh. They relied on the flesh and used it as tools for their will. One of the places where the flesh served their will was the fields of husks on the false worlds of the illithids. The fields were where the bodies of the people were cast after the illithids had consumed their brains. When the brain had been devoured, the husks came to be fertilizer to grow the poison-stemmed grasses of the illithids. Zerthimon worked the fields with no knowing of himself or what he had become. He was a tool of flesh, and the flesh was content. What is steel compared to the hand that wields it? But this circle says that steel is stronger than flesh. Interesting. It was upon these fields that Zerthimon came to know the scripture of steel. During one of the turnings, as Zerthimon tilled the fields with his hands, he came across a husk whose brain remained within it. It had not been used as food, yet it was dead. The thought that one of the husks had died a death without serving as food for the illithids was a thought Serthimon had difficulty understanding. From that thought came a desire to know what had happened to the husk. Embedded in the skull of the husk was a steel blade. It had pierced the bone. Serthimon realized that that was what had killed the husk. The steel had marked the flesh, but the flesh had not marked the steel. Well, that was written by someone who was a slave to the brain slurpers. What could he possibly know? Serthimon took the blade and studied its surface. In it, he saw his reflection. It was in the reflection of the steel that Serthimon first knew himself. Its edge was sharp, its will the wearer's. It was the blade that would come to be raised against Gith when Serthimon made the pronouncement of two skies. Oh shit, Serthimon realized the riddle of steel? Yeah, he was the OG. Grum. Back with decaf tea. I hope you enjoy your tea. I'm not really into tea myself. I'm absolutely a coffee guy. Still reading? Oh yeah, we're gonna be reading for a while. Serthimon kept the blade for many turnings, and many were the thoughts he had about it. He used it in the fields to aid his work. In using it, he thought about how it was not used. The illithids were powerful. Serthimon had believed that there was nothing that they did not know, yet the illithids never carried tools of steel. They only used flesh as tools. Everything was done through flesh, for the tentacled ones were made of flesh, and they knew flesh, yet steel was superior to flesh. When the blade had killed the husk, it was the flesh that had been weaker than the steel. I drink both coffee and tea. Already had coffee earlier. I see. Unfollow for smack talking tea. I'm not smack talking tea. It's to each their own. Totally nothing Conan-ish about it. Yeah, I mean, some of these themes do remind me of Conan's adventures. It was then that Serthimon came to know that flesh yielded to steel. In knowing that, he came to know that steel was stronger than the illithids. Steel became the scripture of the people. Know that steel is the scripture by which the people came to know freedom. Dude figured out the riddle of steel.
What is your will?
I learned that not knowing something can be a tool. Just like flesh and steel, if upon encountering it you attempt to know its nature and how it came to be. Yeah, this is the same thing, so... Alright, next one. Only 5 more to go. When do you fight someone? It's gonna be a while. But don't worry, there will be some fighting in this game later on. Okay, we get the scripture of steel. We get the riddle of steel into our spell book. Let's go. Alright. Save in case we crash, and let's keep going. Unlock the third circle of Serthimon. Serthimon labored many turnings for the illithid Arlathai twice deceased, and his partnership in the cavernous heavens of the false worlds. His duties would have broken the backs of many others, but Serthimon labored on, suffering torment and exhaustion. It came to pass that the illithid Arlathai twice deceased ordered Serthimon before him in his many-veined Galeria. He claimed that Serthimon had committed slights of obstinance and cowardice against his partnership. The claim had no weight of truth, for Arlathai only wished to know if flames raged within Sertimon's heart. He wished to know if Sertimon's heart was one of a slave or of a rebel. Sertimon surrendered to the illithid punishment rather than reveal his newfound strength. He knew that were he to show the hatred in his heart, it would serve nothing, and it would harm others that felt as he. He chose to endure the punishment and was placed within the pillars of silence so he might suffer for a turning. Lashed upon the pillars, Sertimon moved his mind to a place where pain could not reach, leaving his body behind. He lasted a turning, and when he was brought before Arlathai twice deceased, he gave gratitude for his punishment to the illithid, as was custom. Yeah, he got crucified too. The riddle of steel is that steel is heckin' pog. Crucify him, yeah. In so doing, he proved himself a slave in the illithid eyes, while his heart remained free. By enduring and quenching the fires of his hatred, he allowed Arlathai twice deceased to think him weak. When the time of the rising came, Arlathai was the first of the illithid to know death by Sertimon's hand, and die a third death. Sertimon contemplated it on the Tree of Woe. He really did. It's almost like they took inspiration from Conan for this. Like, holy shit. It makes too much sense. Alright.
What is your will?
Endure. In enduring, grow strong. The words you speak seem to strike Dakon strangely. As you speak them, his forehead creases, then resettles into its normal passive expression. As you ask the words, you suddenly notice that Dakon isn't looking at you. He is holding the unbroken circle in his hands, studying it. His blade has taken on the same texture as the unbroken circle. And Dakon suddenly seems older somehow. Dakon? Dakon's black eyes rise from the circle and look at you. Know that I did not believe you would come to know the teachings of the circle. It is a difficult path you will walk in learning the way of Sertimon. Is your mind focused on this matter? Yes, I wish to learn more. Alright.
I feel stronger.
Oh, we leveled up. Did we get any more spell slots? We did. Let's put the Riddle of Steel in our spellbook. Oh yeah, and we learned another one. Submerge the Will. Contemplating on the Tree of Woe. Alright, let's keep going. Level 4 Mage, does need to be 6 for ability score upgrade? Yes, because we are, our highest class right now is Fighter, which is level 5. So once we reach level 6 as a Mage, we'll get another ability score point. Okay, let's read the next one. Know that the rising of the people against the illithid was a thing built upon many 10 turnings of labor. Many of the people were gathered and taught in secret the ways of defeating their illithid masters. They were taught to shield their minds and use them as weapons. They were taught the scripture of steel. And most importantly, they were given the knowing of freedom. Some of the people learned the nature of freedom and took it into their hearts. The knowing gave them strength. Others feared freedom and kept silent, but there were those that knew freedom and knew slavery, and it was their choice that the people remained chained. One of these was Vilquar. Vilquar saw no freedom in the rising, but opportunity. He saw that the illithid had spawned across many of the false worlds. Their worlds numbered so many that their vision was turned only outwards, to all they did not already touch. Vilquar's eyes saw that much took place that the Illithid did not see. To the rising, the Illithid were blinded. Vilquar came before his master, the Illithid Taris, with the knowing of the rising. Vilquar added to his chains and offered to be their eyes against the rising. In exchange, Vilquar asked that he be rewarded for his service. The Illithid agreed to this contract. At the bonding of the contract, a dark time occurred. Many were the betrayals Vilquar committed, and many were the people that the Illithids fed upon to stem the rising. It seemed that the rising would die before it could occur, and the Illithid were pleased with Vilquar's eye. It was near the end of this dark time when Sertimon came to know Vilquar's treacheries. In knowing Vilquar's eye, Sertimon forced the rising to silence itself, so that Vilquar might think at last his treacheries had succeeded, and the rising had fallen. He knew that Vilquar's eye was filled only with the reward he had been promised. He would see what he wished to see. With greed beating in his heart, Vilquar came upon the Illithid Taris and spoke to his master of his success. He said that the rising had fallen, and the Illithids were safe to turn their eyes outwards once more. He praised their wisdom in using Vilquar's eye, and he asked them for his reward. In his greed blindness, Vilquar had forgotten the knowing of why the people had sought freedom. He had lost the knowing of what slavery meant. He had forgotten what his Illithid masters saw when they looked upon him, and so Vilquar's betrayal of the people was ended with another betrayal. Vilquar came to know that when Vilquar's eye had nothing left to see, Vilquar's eye was useless. Hello, Zerayu. Hola, Pathscaper. Did you enjoy Pathfinder? I saw most of the VOD. Yeah, it's a bit too early for me to pass judgment yet. I was getting destroyed by the swarms. Those were pretty annoying. We'll continue it this weekend. Hopefully we'll find a way to deal with the swarms. The Illithid gave to Vilquar his reward, opening the cavity of his skull and devouring his brain. Vilquar's corpse was cast upon the fields of husks, so its blood might water the poison-stemmed grasses. Alright.
What is your will?
It gets easier once you get level 3 spells. Yeah, we'd have to find a mage as well. I can give you a tip or two now if you want that are easy to remember. Let's hold off until I actually play the game. Then I'll ask if I need help. Right. When one chooses to see only what is before them, they see only a part of the whole. They are blind, and just as Vilquar was blinded by his promised reward, so were the Illithids blinded to the true rising. For when they heard Vilquar's words, they turned their sight outwards again, didn't they? And the rising was free to strike. Know that you speak truly. Vilquar's eye blinded both Vilquar and the Illithids. The tentacled ones thought the rising to be no more. When the rising occurred, the ground drank deep of Illithid blood. So was victory born from treachery. It is a curious lesson. Why would it be part of the teachings of Sertimon? Dakon's blade bleeds into a dead night black, and his voice deepens. For a moment you think he's angry, but you're not so sure. There is much about the way of Sertimon and his path that is difficult to know. Do you know why Vilquar's eye is part of the way of Sertimon? It is part of the telling of how our people came to know freedom. It lets us know that there are those, even among the people, who are not of the people, and that even in the greatest treachery, a greater knowing may be achieved. Very well. Okay. Well, Wilquer's Eye. That's basically blindness. We'll take that. Alright. 3 more to go. Sertimon was the first to know the way of freedom, yet it was not he that first came to know the way of rebellion. The knowing of rebellion came to the warrior queen Gith, one of the people. She had served the Illithids upon many of the false worlds as a soldier, and she had come to know war and carried it in her heart. She had come to know how others might be organized to subjugate others. She knew the paths of power, and she knew the art of taking from the conquerors the weapons by which they could be defeated. Her mind was focused, and both her will and her blade were as one. So this is like scroll cheese. It's not quite the same thing. The turning in which Sertimon came to know Gith, Sertimon ceased to know himself. Her words were as fires lit in the hearts of all who heard her. In hearing her words, he wished to know war. He knew not what afflicted him, but he knew he wished to join his blade to Gith. He wished to give his hate expression and share his pain with the Illithid. A means to get mage levels? Well, I mean, you get most of your XP in this game through dialogue anyway, so... Gith was one of the people, but her knowing of herself was greater than any Sertimon had ever encountered. She knew the ways of flesh, she knew the Illithids, and in knowing herself she was to know how to defeat them in battle. The strength of her knowing was so great that all those that walked her path came to know themselves. Gith was but one. Her strength was such that it caused others to know their strength, and Sertimon laid his steel at her feet. Gothic time, have a great stream. Alright, Bogo, thanks for stopping by. Have a great stream. I'll probably raid you if you're still streaming when I stop.
What is your will?
There is great strength in numbers, but there is great power in one, for the strength of the will of one may gather numbers to it. There is strength not only in knowing the self, but knowing how to bring it forth in others. Okay. Power of one, that's basically strength. Okay. Let's keep going. Upon the blasted plains, Sertimon told Gith there cannot be two skies. In the wake of his words came war. Upon the blasted plains, the people had achieved victory over their Illithid masters. They knew freedom. Yet before the green fires had died from the battlefield, Gift spoke of continuing the war. Many, still filled with the bloodlust in their hearts, agreed with her. She spoke of not merely defeating the Illithids, but destroying all Illithids across the plains. After the Illithids had been exterminated, they would bring war to all other races they encountered. In Git's heart, fires raged. She lived in war, and in war she knew herself. All that her eyes saw, she wanted to conquer. Sertimon spoke the beginnings of that which was against Git's will. He spoke that the people already knew freedom. Now they should know themselves again and mend the damage that had been done to the people. Behind his words were many other hearts of the people who were weary of the war against the Illithid. Know that Git's heart was not Sertimon's heart on this matter. She said that the war would continue, the Illithid would be destroyed, their flesh would be no more. Then the people would claim the false worlds as their own. Gith told Sertimon that they would be under the same sky in this matter. Their words were like bared steel. From Sertimon came the pronouncement of two skies. In the wake of his words came war.
What is your will?
I know that Sertimon's devotion to the people was such that he was willing to protect them from themselves. He knew the Illithids had come not to know themselves in their obsession with control and domination. So he chose to stop Gith before she carried the people to their deaths. There must be balance in all things, or else the self will not hold. You have seen the words and know them. Dakon's voice slows, and his hands grip the edges of the unbroken circle. He twists it clockwise, and there is a click as two plates slides forth. Dakon stares at the two plates in his hand. He makes no move to hand them to you. Dakon, is that second plate for you? Dakon falls silent. His blade has ceased shimmering, the film freezing upon its surface. He is staring at the second plate, paralyzed. Do you know the sixth circle? Dakon looks up, but his cold black eyes do not meet your gaze. No, there is nothing more I may teach you. You know the way of the people, way as the people know it, and it shall give you the direction by which you may know yourself. That's not what I asked. Do you know the sixth circle or not? Dakon is silent for a moment, then speaks, his voice slow and careful. It has come to pass that I do not know the sixth circle of Sertimon. Once I knew it, but I know now I only saw the words. Dakon's eyes stare through you. That is all. It is my path that I no longer know the way of Sertimon. Dakon radish. Dakon, there is one other thing I would know. Why is Wilquar's eye in the circle of Sertimon? It seems strange. It tells of how the people benefited from a treachery from their own. It seems... Dakon's eyes flash. I have told you it is part of the telling of how the people came to know freedom. Do you not listen? His voice flattens as if he is reciting a passage from memory. It tells the people that even in the greatest treachery, a greater knowing may be achieved. It doesn't sound to me like you believe that. I think there's another reason Wilquar's eye is in the circle of Sertimon. It is set there because of the sixth circle and the pronouncement of two skies. It's there to justify Sertimon's treachery to the people upon the blasted plains. Dakon is silent, and his blade bleeds into a dead black, teeth rippling along the edge. He divided the people upon the blasted plains, Dakon. He divided your race when they were on the path of victory. I would like to believe that it was because he wished to save the people from themselves, but I don't think you believe that. Dakon is silent for a moment, then he speaks slowly. I do not know the sixth circle as it is known to others. I fear that the third circle, the fourth circle, and the sixth circle are more closely linked than many know. It is in that knowing that I have lost myself. Dakon Radish talks about gators and knowing. In the third circle, Sertimon submerged his will to deceive the Illithids. Then in the fourth circle, it speaks of the benefits of treachery. Then in the sixth circle, Sertimon divides his people before they exterminate the Illithids. Do you think Sertimon's words may not have been his own? Know my words, and know the wound that lies upon my heart. I fear that when Sertimon was upon the Pillars of Silence, he did not submerge his will. I fear his will was taken from him by the Illithids. And when he spoke upon the blasted plains, it was their words he spoke. I fear that what he did was not for the people's sake. Excuse me. But for our former masters. It's possible, but no, it doesn't necessarily mean that.
Updated my journal.
Then know this and speak of it no more. Dakon's voice is like a knife. Know that I shall never know the truth. There is no resolution for this matter, for I shall never know Zerthimon's heart upon the blasted plains. His cold black eyes glare at the stone circle in his hand. And so I do not know myself because of the unbroken circle of Zerthimon. Very well, Dakon. We'll discuss this no more. Let's move on.
I feel stronger.
Level up again. Dakon's so conflicted he's gotten cholera. Maybe. Alright. Balance in all things. Level 3 spells? Indeed. We'll just have to find some scrolls. The Nameless One gives Dakon. Excuse me. The Nameless One gives Dakon an existential crisis. Updated my journal, yeah. Okay, 2 more circles. Examine the plate, see if you can puzzle out any new combinations. As you examine the rings of the second circle, you find a strange link in the plate that mention. God damn. Let me get a drink. Should probably take a break soon. As you examine the rings of the second circle, you find a strange link in the plate that mentions the laboring of the Gith people to achieve the rising. A new circle emerges from the link. God damn it, my throat is going. And you unlock it, pulling the plate forward so you can study it. Know that the rising of the people against the Illithid was a thing built upon many turnings. Many were the people who lived and died under times played while the rising was shaped. The rising was shaped upon a slow foundation. Steel was gathered so that it might mark Illithid flesh. A means of knowing the movements of the Illithids was established, at first weak and confused, then stronger, like a child finding its voice. When the movements were known, then the Illithids were observed. In observing them, their ways of the mind were known. When the ways of the Illithid were known, many of the people were gathered and taught in secret the means to shield their minds, and the way to harness their will as weapons. They were taught the scripture of steel, and most importantly, they were given the knowing of freedom. These things were not learned quickly. The knowing of much of the ways was slow, and in all these things, time's weight fell upon all. From the knowing of one's reflection in a steel blade, to the knowing of submerging the will, to the knowing of seeing itself. All of these things and more the people built upon. In time, they came to know the whole. You have something to drink? We'll wait. Yeah, I have some water here. I just took a drink. I feel better now. But I mean, it's inevitable that eventually it's gonna... This is hard on the throat. Redeemed hydrate. Well, I just did that. Yeah, I'm hydrated enough. Okay, let's talk to him.
What is your will?
There was a seventh circle within the stone of Zerthimon. It spoke of the building of the rebellion against the Illithids. What does this seventh circle speak of? It speaks of time as an ally, not as an enemy. It says that patience can sharpen even the smallest of efforts into a weapon that can strike the heart of an empire. Your victories may be small, but over time, a greater victory may be achieved. Will you make this circle known to me? Take the unbroken circle of Serthimon and unlock the 7th circle. As you take the circle and twist the links, 2 plates slide from the interior and into your hands. You have no idea where they came from, but the unbroken circle still seems intact. The 7th circle remains. Dakon watches you silently. There are 2 plates here. Perhaps we should both study them, you and I. Dakon is silent for a moment. There is much you have come to know of the circle, and your knowing carries a greater weight than mine. Know that your path is mine, and it shall come to pass that as you knew the way of Serthimon from me, I shall know the way of Serthimon from you. Very well. Missile of Patience. It is inevitable that this mortal shell will succumb to the chaos of life and be as dust upon the ground, surrounded by the deafening silence of an uncaring universe, when a streamer gets reminded to drink water but is playing Planescape Torment. Yeah. I'll take a break soon, so I can rest my voice for a little while. Okay, final circle. We're almost done with this. After this, I'm gonna do there's an actual dungeon you can do with fighting, so I'll do that next so I don't have to read as much. Okay. Know that a mind divided divides the man. The will and the hand must be as one. In knowing the self, one becomes strong. Know that if you know a course of action to be true in your heart, do not betray it because the path leads to hardship. Know that without suffering, the rising would have never been, and the people would never have come to know themselves. Know that there is nothing in all the worlds that can stand against unity, when all know a single purpose, when all hands are guided by one will, and all act with the same intent, the planes themselves may be moved. A divided mind is one that does not know itself. When it is divided, it cleaves the body in two. When one has a single purpose, the body is strengthened. In knowing the self, grow strong. Okay. That was the last one.
What is your will?
There was an 8th circle within the Stone of Serthimon. It spoke of division of the mind and the importance of focus. Dakon falls silent. When he speaks again, his tone is quiet, almost reverent. What does this 8th circle speak of? It speaks of focus and discipline, about how not knowing oneself can physically divide the man. It also speaks of the weaknesses that division causes. It seems to me that it tells one to not only know themselves and take strength from that, but that your focus can reveal weaknesses in your enemy. Dakon is silent for a moment. Will you make this circle known to me? As you take the circle and twist the links, 2 more plates. Yeah, it's the same thing. There are 2 plates here. We should both study them, you and I. I think when you know the 8th circle, perhaps then you will know Sertimon's heart when he made the pronouncement of 2 skies. His words were not those of the Illithids, but of the people. Dakon stares at the plates, his eyes flickering over the geometries upon them, then looks up and matches your gaze. His blade bends, shifts, until the shimmering you noticed before has become a silver glow. He seems stronger somehow.
In knowing the teachings of Zerthimon, I have become stronger.
Yeah, he gets a boost to his physical stats. Know that when death comes for you, Know that I shall mate its blade with mine. Know that when all dies around you, know I shall live for your sake. When we die, Dakon, it shall be the same death. It shall be the pronouncement of two deaths as one.
Updated my journal.
The teachings of Zerthamon, I have become stronger.
There we go. We have reached mage level 6. And therefore we have a new character point. And we'll put that to Constitution. Is this why there's a Gitsura companion in Neverwinter Nights 2? Could be. I don't know.
My blade has changed.
Oh yeah, Dakon gets his good blade now because we increased his morale so much. So he now has 18 strength, dex, and constitution. Yeah, now he has the streaming blade. This is the good blade. Like it says here, if so, Dakon's mind must be clear indeed, for his blade has become a brilliant silver. It seems as if the blade has become longer than when you first saw it, and there is no trace of the strange shimmering surface it once had. The edge of the blade tapers almost to a paper-thin line. Despite its flimsy appearance, it looks like it could cut through chain armor with ease. So yeah, he gets some extra spells with it. It'll get even stronger as he levels up. Zerthimon's Focus. That's not a silver sword, is it? No. Right now it's only +1, but it will grow in power until eventually it'll be +3. Poor Dakon, imagine handing over your cipher Bible to an amnesiac only for him to blaze through everything hidden therein, understanding it better than you does yourself, and also go, by the way, there's 2 hidden chapters in there. Yeah, well, I mean, we have 18 int and 19 wisdom, so no, you know, we're pretty good at that figuring stuff out thing. All right, let's go. I should go to the marketplace and sell some stuff. Maybe if I can afford them, maybe pick up some spell scrolls. I do appreciate that they let you do the whole thing if you want to. Yeah, they were probably counting on, you know, most players not having the stats for it.
Done.
Because you need to, I think you need to have 19 wisdom to fully comprehend it. So they were probably expecting it to be a very like late game thing. It feels like it's meant to be something you do a little bit here and there, here and a bit there. Yeah, it kind of does, but
Jellied Hydra eyeballs in aspic. Give it a try. It's delicious.
you know, might as well do it here. Okay, let's buy some stuff. This seedy looking fellow is quick to spot you looking at him. Hey, Basha, get over here. Come see what I got for you. He winks and waves you over. What do you have to offer me? He can identify this. Ring of Threes. Rule of Threes earring. Minor copper blessing. Oh, that doesn't sound very useful. I don't think we need the Tome of Bone and Ash anymore. Can also sell this. Dirty Rat Charms. Oh yeah, these give you like stealth and pickpocket. I don't think I need these. Oh yeah, the main command only has like the starting stats. It doesn't have the current stats because I would have to keep updating it otherwise. It would get really annoying. Scroll of Luck. and Scroll of Blur. I don't think either of those is gonna be like really useful right now. This dour-faced old fellow appears to be selling various hand weapons. Ah, come on over then. Come to see my blades, have you? Yes, I have. Yeah, he sells a bunch of weapons, but we don't really need any of these.
I don't trust the Gith. I say we leave him behind.
Oh, he doesn't buy anything.
Come in, Basher. Look here, the finest Toledo blade.
Mabeth should sell some scrolls, so we'll go and talk to her. After that, we'll rest and then we'll go and do a dungeon.
All right.
Why I didn't like Mort.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, he's just horny all the time. I came to purchase some cures and charms from you. Now here, we do want magic missile. Yeah, we don't need that. Mort is literally Twitch chat as an NPC. Pretty much. No, Pacify is actually a pretty good spell in this game. It's basically this game's equivalent of sleep, so we'll grab that. There's a lot of these. We'll take Friends. Friends is actually quite good because it'll boost your charisma.
Not have come to this place.
Oh, thank you, Warboss, for the follow. Much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. Hope you're enjoying it so far. What's my current alignment and what am I aiming for? Right now we're neutral good, but we're trying to be lawful good because much later in the game there's gonna be some really nice rewards for being lawful and being lawful good in particular. So that's what I'm aiming for. We'll take blindness, maybe horror. Okay. That's all I want. Alright, there we go. No, it's terrible bullying Dakon like that. Dude, we literally improved his morale so much that now he has the good version of his blade. And all his physical stats went up to 18. Alright. Yeah, let's just memorize some spells. Maybe we don't need this many identifiers. I'll keep one identify if I find a nice item. We'll take 3 magic missiles and we'll take 1 friend in case we need it for a particular conversation. For the dungeon I'm about to do, magic missiles should do fine. I'll take power 1 and horror. Yeah, this gives you extra critical chance. And this is basically like a... Yeah, we'll take these. I can cast this on Dakon, so he can get some critical hits in. You can have these. Maybe a shield. What was the scripture of steel again? +1 to hit and +1 to saves. Alright. Let's rest. Could I rest here? When he was beset by doubt, the Nameless One came to him and said, "Man the fuck up, Dakon." Well, he did. Big time. Oh, wait. Yeah, let's rest.
Of course, child. I have a mess of blankets in the corner that would serve.
That would be fine, thank you. You awake, feeling refreshed. Mebeth is puttering around the hut, but she turns when she hears you stir.
Awake, are ye? You slept like the dead. Do no dreams stir ye head?
You know, I didn't have any dreams at all. Mebeth shrugs.
Nothing odd about that. Most dreams are shy. They fly when the sleeper's lid's open.
No, but it doesn't feel like I forgot them. I don't think I dreamed anything. It feels wrong.
Mebeth chews that over, then shrugs. Dreams can make men great, but they have laid low just as many. Mayhap you're better off without them nettling ye.
Mayhap, but I don't think so.
Updated my journal.
Mebeth snorts.
Well, dreams or no, I'm not one to change the nature of a man. Have you slept enough?
She set the line. I think so. I better be on my way.
I'm gone.
Yeah, she set the line. Alright, let's go and do an actual dungeon. Take a little break from all this reading.
I'm gone.
Your stream crashed, so you didn't hear me? Oh, right. Our alignment currently is neutral good, but we're aiming for lawful good because there's some really good rewards much later in the game that you get for being lawful and for being lawful good in particular.
I'm gone.
Alright, let's go and do this dungeon. Next dungeon, the Grand Library. This spectral figure materializes from the gloom of the passageway ahead and quickly moves to block your path. It floats before you, its once human features twisted in a mask of rage. Defilers, leave this place at once! Greetings. Leave now! Its booming voice echoes down the halls. This place is forbidden to the living. Leave while you still can. I have some questions first. Seek your answers elsewhere. This place is a sanctuary for the dead. I shall not permit their slumber to be disturbed by the intrusion of yet another insolent mortal. Infidel defilers. They'll all drown in lakes of blood. Indeed. Another? Has someone else been here? If you must know, yes, there is another intruder who, even now, continues to violate the sanctity of these hallowed halls. The anger in the spirit's voice fades. He seems somewhat saddened by the admission. The souls of my brothers and sisters cry out for peace. Who is this other intruder? He is an evil coward who wields great power over the dead. He seeks something within these halls. What it might be or what his purpose is in seeking it, I cannot say. Why don't you drive this intruder away? I cannot. The coward has sealed himself within the inner chamber of the mausoleum. He has erected powerful wards that bar my entrance into the chamber. It is from there that he calls upon his dark arts to awaken my brethren and bends them to his evil will. Perhaps I may be of assistance to you. The spirit remains silent for several long moments. You can almost feel the weight of his lifeless gaze upon you. Yes, you might prevail where I have failed. If you will pledge to rid me of this blackguard, I shall grant you passage. What say you? I know it's pronounced blackguard, but I refuse to pronounce it that way. It sounds dumb. I'll do it.
Updated my journal.
So be it. The spirit slowly begins to fade until only the echoing of its disembodied voice remains. But take heed. Tread lightly in these halls, lest you join the others in eternal rest.
I'm gone.
It's Blackguard, surely. Well, apparently it is actually Blackguard, but I refuse to pronounce it that way. I don't care if it's the correct way, but it just sounds so dumb. Oh yeah, there's traps here, but we don't have a thief, so... let me turn down the ambient volume a bit while we're here. Oh look, skeletons.
Okay.
Okay, we'll put Mort up front.
I hear your words.
Okay.
Your path is mine.
I'm gone.
Why is it going for me?
Did you see that?
Who the hell calls it Blackguard? Yeah, I don't know.
Damn. All right.
No. There's a skelly boy up here. Oh yeah, there's no combat music here either. Now there are some big skeletons here and they kind of fuck, so need to be careful. Because I am playing on the highest difficulty, so enemies are doing double damage, I think. So.
Done.
What are you idiots doing? Kill them.
Done.
Okay.
Done.
Some healing charms. Those are always good to have. Okay, now this skeleton kind of fucks, so
Sure, why not?
I'm gonna put more at the front. We're gonna hit him with magic missiles.
Done.
Did you see that?
Okay.
I'm gone.
That was easier than I remember.
What's good is done.
All right. Damn.
More choose harder than Dakon's magic morph blade. Yeah, well, I mean, he's doing crushing damage, and these are skeletons, so Dakon is doing slashing damage.
Done.
Yeah, good is done.
I will hear your will be done. Your will be done.
Did you see that?
Ow. Its AI glitched out. Oh, nice, a bone charm.
Damn, I'm gone. All right.
But Dakan has a mind blade. Surely he could know that a club does more damage, and in knowing that truth, change his toothpick to a brick.
All right.
Nah, it's just that would be too much effort, you know. Imagine wielding this Zerth brick though. I mean, yeah, like technically, like from a lore perspective, it could technically be any shape he wants. He just chooses it to be a katana.
Huh? Good as done.
Unfortunately for us, Dakan spent a month in Japan. Yeah, he must have.
Damn.
Damn it.
In Japan, he came to know the ways of anime.
Just folly.
I'm gone.
If he wishes a katana, he's a wee bit hard. Well, I mean, yeah, he is literally an anime protagonist. You know, he's got that stoic mindset, that deep, edgy voice.
Damn it.
Ow, 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 they're hitting me. He came to know that the katana is the ultimate weapon. He came to know that it is folded over 1,000 times. And like the locals, he knows that the filthy gaijin should go home. Exactly.
Your will be done.
What?
Mort, what are you doing?
Your will be done.
Fucking
as done.
bite them.
Your will be done.
I'm gone.
Okay. You really need a cleric? Yeah, but we won't get one until quite a bit later. There's only one cleric in the game. Too bad the only cleric in the game is a million miles away, yeah. There's actually a mod that allows the Nameless One to play as a cleric, but I didn't want to bother with any of that. I tried to keep the game as close to like normal as possible. Alright, this is the boss
Balance
fight.
in all things.
You should use this. I'll use this. Maybe some bandages for good measure.
I'm gone.
Okay.
In Zerthamon's name. In Zerthamon's name.
Imagine healing when death is cheap.
All right.
I know, right?
Done.
Alright, let's go. Luck be a lady. Strahan Rune Shadow. You see a mid-sized man in long robes of deep black. His hair is neatly coiffed, and an impeccably trimmed goatee complements his handsome features. Noticing your arrival, he puts down the book he was writing in and strides confidently over to you, smiling. Impressive. I must admit, I never thought you would make it this far. Foul necromancer, I've come to put an end to your desecration of this place. Really? Well, by all means, give it your best effort. He smiles smugly and raises his hands before him. Slowly, they flit back and forth, tracing intricate patterns in the air. Attack! Now, Mort has a really cool ability here called the Litany of Curses.
You got a face only a sledgehammer could love.
Oh, he saved.
All right.
Rip. Okay, let's hit him with something.
Even 50 swigs of brandy wouldn't make you look good.
Oh, it worked. Okay.
Done.
Oh no, he cast horror. We just need to kill him.
Done.
I love that laugh. Come on, Dakon. Don't be
All right.
so scared. Okay.
Your path is mine.
This is like not having remove fear in TOP. Yeah. I mean, I don't think there is a remove fear for mages. I think the cleric in this game does have
I'm
remove
gone.
fear. Okay. Nothing else here. Let's go. As you step into the corridor, the guardian spirit materializes before you. Its ghostly countenance regards you benevolently. I thank you. You have done me a great service. The spirits of my charges sleep quietly once again. Go in peace, friend. The apparition fades away, leaving you alone in the deserted halls of the mausoleum.
Updated my journal. Done.
And we even updated our journal.
All right.
Damn it.
Let's go and turn in this quest. We'll get some money from it. Oh yeah, let's use the friend spell so we get a better reward. 21 charisma, easy. You see Niraj. He's pulling out one of his spikes of hair and using it to scratch a spot on his face. You can't help but think he'd look a lot better with dreadlocks. I found out what was going on in the mausoleum. The dead sleep again.
Updated my journal.
Niraj's lines of worry smooth out as you speak. Thanks, Givai. He reaches into his robes and draws forth a large bag, which he hands to you. Copper coin, tries 100, and he reaches into his robe again, then throws a roll of bandages to you. Need these bandages more than I, you seem. Thanks. Glad I could help. Farewell.
All right.
3 bucks and I used band-aid. We're rich. Now he gave me 300. Ice knife. Why not? Magus guard. Armor class 6. It's better than nothing. Definitely better than nothing. I need to get rid of these useless items. Scroll of strength. I mean, I'll just take whatever scrolls I can get. Oh, and a +1 dagger. No, he gave you 300 copper. That's 300 cents at best. Well, I don't know how the exchange rates are in this world. Oh, Strange Diary. I guess we should read that too. This leather-bound tome is cracked and worn with age. Some sort of crest has been burned into the cover. You can make out a series of interlocking triangles centered about the initials SR. The writing upon its pages has faded considerably, but the last few entries seem to have been penned recently. Day 2 of the 127th year of Factal Hashkar's reign. At last, I have found it. The missing page of the Aptarish grimoire is now in my possession. As I had guessed, the page detailed the necessary components for the casting of the final transformation spell. I have all but one of the components. A drop of an immortal's blood is all that stands between me and the eternal power of lichdom. But where can I find such a rarity? Perhaps I should seek the answer through divination. After days of taxing divination spells, I finally had my answers. The divination revealed the location of an immortal to be somewhere within an ancient mausoleum located in the hive section of Sigil. I must make haste. I must find this creature and draw its blood before it moves on. I have arrived at the mausoleum. Immediately I was set upon by a shade that guards the remains of those interred within this place. I managed to elude the spirit and found my way into what appears to have been some sort of inner sanctum, protected by some minor wards to prevent any further interruptions by that supernatural twit. I have set about raising some of the locals to conduct a search for the immortal. If the divination was accurate and the immortal is here, then likely it is interned within one of the many crypts that line the halls. It is only a matter of time now. I am not alone. Someone has entered the mausoleum and is interfering with my servants. Could this be the one I seek? The divination revealed only that I would find the immortal here. Could it be that my presence in this place has prompted that which I seek to seek me out? What a delightful twist. I shall have to... The ink of this last entry is still wet. Yeah, and then we killed him. Let's equip the +1 dagger. Let Mort use the dagger like a pirate.
Oh, sure. I'll just, swing it with my arms.
I wish he could. Right, I guess I should talk to these people here. Seri the Skeptic. As you approach, the elderly woman turns and stares at you. La, Lucas Gamma calling on Seri today. Death's dearest son. She looks you up and down, then shakes her head in disbelief. By every power and its mother, boy, what crypt did you crawl out of? I didn't crawl out of any crypt. She frowns, her face wrinkling like crumpled parchment. Right then, what coffin did you crawl out of? One of those shoddy splint coffins at Hamry's, most like. Gives corpses splinters, I hear. That boy's not been worth a clipped copper since his father died. Who's Hamry's? Hamry's is a coffin breaker. Pardon, coffin maker in the lower ward. Inherited the shop when his father died, much to the shame of every corpse needing a coffin, crypt, or tombstone in Sigil. What happened to his father? Those ears just for show, boy? He died. His son talked him to death, most likely. That boy's tongue doesn't stop rattling. I'm surprised he doesn't shake his head loose from his shoulders. I'm looking for some information. Can I ask you some questions? Questions, eh? Well, you can ask. Crypt crawler? I'm searching for a man named Farad. Have you seen him? Sari's face crumples into a frown. That dog! He's the worst of the collector lot. I heard he has his kip set up somewhere in Rackpicker Square, many streets west of the mortuary gate. Dangerous place, though. Some of those collectors aren't patient enough to wait for folks to die so they can sell them for jink. Collectors? They're vermin that scavenge the bowels of the hive for bodies to sell to the dustmen. Make a living off the dead. A motley breed. Makes you ashamed to share the same shitty with them. At least they help keep the streets clean. Oh. Have you seen a journal recently? I'm missing mine. What does it look like? No idea. If you don't know what it looks like, how do you expect to find it? I'm beginning to wonder that myself. I had some other questions. Are you a dustman? Dustman? I suppose so. I've seen enough sand pass through the hourglass while wearing these robes. This body's almost ready to pay the ferryman. Are you afraid of dying? Course I am, boy. Who isn't? Well, except dustmen. They're not afraid because they've been swallowing so much of their own bat droppings over the decades they've blinded themselves into thinking that death is some kind of release. So what sparked this crisis of faith? Life, I suppose. Never you mind. I won't bore you with the niggling details. I'd like to know, actually. Oh, would you? How old do you take me for, boy? Old. Just straight up old. Well, you're wrong. I'm really old. Now, I've spent most of my long years teaching dustmen. I've seen many dustmen whelps grow within our order, taught them the ways of the faction, kept the faith, preached the tenets of the faction, and so on and so on. No questions. No doubt. This life was merely an antechamber that led to the true death. What happened? Well, a half-month back I went sick with the fever. I thought it was the end. It rattled my cage. Oh. Her face becomes a stone. There's something about having your faction members circle around your deathbed like a pack of pale-faced ghouls, nodding and agreeing that your suffering and dying is all for the best. Oh, Sari is so fortunate. She shall soon be relieved of the burden of life. Burden of life? That's when it struck me. That there's something... A queer expression comes over her features. Adult about not appreciating your life. The dustman keeps saying that life is misery and suffering, is it? That we should be happy to pass on into oblivion. Should we? Questions, questions, and precious few answers. What will you do?
To be square, boy, I don't know. That's the problem with doubt. I can't even trust that what I'm feeling is true, or if I'm scared of death only because of my brush with the fever, or even what I should do. Is this a passing thing? I don't know.
Planescape Torment predicted millennials. I don't know, I think Gen Z are more likely to have these views. I myself being the last of the millennials. Siri, I would treat this as a test of your belief. It sounds like these feelings are only temporary. All those years of devotion to the Dustmen could not have been false. Siri stares at you, then nods slowly. Maybe so, maybe so. She frowns, her face wrinkling up in concentration. I'll have to chew it over some more. You should. It's no small matter.
La, now, enough of me rattling on about my woes.
Siri stares at your scars.
You look like you've shared a few handshakes with death yourself. Hasn't that changed your views somewhat? Doesn't it make you appreciate life a bit more?
Well, my brushes with death are a lot closer than those of other people. I can't seem to die, at least as far as I know.
Siri blinks. You're rattling my coffin.
It's true.
Strange are the ways of the plains, and I've seen too much to throw any tale out with the wash.
She studies your face.
If it's true, why does this happen?
I don't know. She seems to think for a moment, then shrugs.
Makes two of us then. Most peculiar. Never heard of anything like that. Shame about the memories.
Do you have any idea why this happens?
Nay, not a one. Never knew anyone who death wouldn't take until now.
Don't need to talk to him. Emmerich. You see a heavy-set man with dark skin and grim features. He's dressed in dustman robes and is regarding you with a stony gaze. Greetings. You have the look of one lost. The man's voice is like stone settling. Did the wind send you, or are you here with purpose? Who are you? I am Emmerich, factotum and initiate of the Fourth Circle. Is this your bar? If you measure ownership in copper, this is not my establishment. If you measure ownership in spirit, it is mine. The dustmen here are my students. They are under my protection. Can I ask you some questions? Can you tell me about the Dustmen faction? Dustmen seek the true death. Some call it oblivion, but this is incorrect. To Dustmen, the true death is freedom from the chains of this false life. False life? This life that many cling to with their emotions is a false existence. As long as one clings to it, they will continually be reborn into it. One must divest themselves of emotion to escape this cycle. I see. Can you tell me about how your faction is organized? Dustmen are organized into 5 circles. The 5th circle is made of the lowest rank of dustmen, initiates. The 1st circle is comprised of the highest ranking dustmen, the ruling body of our faction. I've come here in search of a journal. These eyes have seen no journal. Perhaps your search will take you elsewhere. I am searching for a man named Farad. Have you seen him? I would know why you seek the collector Farad. Why? Is there something wrong? The collector Farad has brought many corpses to the mortuary of late. One must ask where these bodies are from. Well, tell me more about the bodies. Some are recent dead. They still have their last moments in their eyes. Many more bodies are centuries dead. The dust of ages lies upon their bones. One must ask where these bodies are from. Perhaps I could find out where these bodies are from. How would you do such a thing? I would track down Farad and ask him. If you spoke with the Collector Farad and returned with his answers, you will have done a great service for the Dustman. Find where the dead he brings to us are from, and you will be rewarded. Very well. I will find Farad, speak to him, and find out where these dead bodies he brings you are from. Your path is our path. Return here when you have the Collector Farad's answers. Can you tell me where he is? It is not known to me where the Collector Farad is. He hides from the eyes of the Dustman. I would seek other collectors and ask them your question. I would like to join the Dustman faction. If you desire to join the Dustman faction, I will hear your request. You have misjudged me. I have no desire to join the Dustman faction. I merely believe what the Dustmen believe. Very well. Do you know our philosophy? Yes. Recite it. The goal of all Dustmen is to reach the true death, oblivion. This life that many cling to with their emotions and passions is a false one. As long as one clings to it, one will continually be reborn into it. One must divest themselves of emotion to escape this cycle. Do you believe it? Not entirely. Belief may come with time's passing. Is your conviction so strong that our philosophy shall never have a home in your mind? I would like to put my uncertainty to time's test. I will spend time among the Dustmen, then examine my beliefs. Then it shall be tested. Speak with Initiate Noraj. He is here in the bar. Return when you have done what he has asked of you. Very well. I will go speak with him now. Emmerich told me to speak to you, Noraj. Emmerich sent you to me. He studies you for a moment, then sighs and points at himself. Noraj is Dustman. Guard. Serve Dustman interest. Protect Dustman interest. Protect Dustman reputation. In the hive, many thieves. One thief wears robes of Dustman, but a Dustman not. Does a thief disguised as a Dustman?
Updated my journal.
Noraj nods. Find him I cannot. Important to the Dustmen it is. I could track him down for you. Noraj nods again. For making my troubles your troubles, copper coins will I pay. Find the not Dustman, deal with him, then return. Noraj will wait. Very well. I will return when I have found this not Dustman. Farewell.
All right.
Oh wait, actually we should talk to a harlot. You see a tired-looking woman dressed in a tight leather bodice and leggings. The odor of cheap perfume surrounds her like a cloud, and her face is covered with a mask of crude makeup. She smiles as she sees you. Why don't you stay and chat with me a bit, love?
Greetings.
The woman looks coyly at you. Now you look to be a blood who's lost something. Maybe I can help you find it, Cutter. She smiles slightly. Oh? What good fortune. We probably lost what we're looking for back at your kip, miss.
Actually, I'm missing a journal.
Eh? What are you about?
I'm not missing anything, but I did have some questions.
The woman frowns. I'm not a tout. She frowns, then rubs two fingers together. Unless you've got some chink to pay for me time.
I can pay you. How much?
For a handsome basher like yourself. She gives a wide smile, revealing a row of dirty teeth. 3 coppers will be enough to loosen me tongue. She licks her lips, then frowns.
Other questions of a deeper chant will cost you more, though.
Sounds fair. Here's 3 commons.
Aye then.
She slips the jink into her palm where it promptly vanishes.
Now,
there were some things I wanted to know.
Ask your questions, love.
I'm looking for someone named Farad.
Farad? Now that's one of the greater darks, love. If you be wanting to know about that blood, that'll be thrice the coppers of a normal asking.
Fair enough. Here's 9 commons.
She gives your coins a once over, then shrugs and pockets them. What you be wanting to know about old Farad?
What can you tell me about him?
Chant is, he's a collector boss. Has a whole bunch of bloods in his shadow.
Where can I find him?
Now, no one knows for dead sure, but if I were to suggest the place, love, I'd say Ragpicker Square.
Ragpicker Square?
Aye, a big ol' heap of rags and trash 3 blocks due west of the mortuary. All the collectors take their kip there. Chances are Farad's got his kip there too.
What's a collector?
You know, them sots that pick up debtors for jink. A sorry lot.
They gather bodies. Why?
'Cause they don't got the looks to do what I do.
Thanks for the information. Farewell.
Chief, can you sport me some jink? It's been a long time, it has.
Well, I suppose it can't hurt.
The woman breaks in. It's twice the cost for the Mimir or any other degenerate.
Mimir?
Mimir's a talking encyclopedia. That's me, Chief.
I see. Well, don't sweat him, Mort. From the looks of her, I'm probably saving you from dying twice.
May a puck shrivel your innards. You have the stink and fashion sense of a goatherd, and you're twice as ugly.
New taunts, alright.
Mort stares, hypnotized, as the harlot lets loose a stream of obscenities. At the end of the verbal avalanche, Mort is silent for a moment, then turns to you. Wow, Chief, get a few more taunts for the old arsenal. He turns back to the harlot, who is catching her breath. I'm also in love.
You're fucking weird, Mort.
Okay.
I should actually talk to Mort.
Hey, what's eating you, Chief?
Can you tell me a little about Sigil?
Sigil's a ring-shaped city that's squatting on top of an infinitely tall spire in what some claim to be in the center of the plains. Of course, how it could be at the top of an infinitely tall spire, and how the city could even be at the center of the plains, raises some questions.
Anything else? Wait.
Sigil's called the City of Doors, mostly because there's a lot of invisible doors that lead in and out of it. Just about any arch, doorframe, barrel hoop, bookshelf, or even open window might be a portal under the right conditions. It all depends on if you have the key to open it.
Keys?
See, I guess the best way to explain it is most portals are sleeping, right? You could walk through them, by them, on top of them, and nothing would happen. Now every portal has something that wakes it up. That could be a tune you hum to yourself, a loaf of week-old Bitopian bread, remembering what your first kiss was like, and then BAM! The portal gets its juices flowing and you can jump through it to whatever's on the other side.
Like where?
Anywhere, Chief. Literally. Any place you can think of, there's a portal there. That's why Sigil is so popular across the plains.
I see. Mort, I don't mind you tagging along, but is there anything else you can do except chatter?
Hey, chattering's my best trait. Eh?
Oh, that's good to hear.
No, but seriously, Chief, I got a knack for chattering in just the right way. I can really bend an ear, if you know what I'm saying. I got insults, backtalk, stuff that'll curl someone's ears into their skull, you know?
How's that useful?
It's one of my many talents. I call it my litany of curses. You see, sometimes I can really bend someone's ear with just the right comment. Of course, then I usually have to do a lot of running afterwards, but you get the idea.
How does it work?
Updated my journal.
Well, I can spit insults at someone until they get mad enough to chase me around.
I had some other questions. You said you're a Mimir, right, Mort?
Yeah, a Mimir is a floating encyclopedia. You put information in, you get information out.
I see. How did you die, Mort?
No idea, Chief. I kinda forgot when I died. Can't say I blame myself much. At least there was something waiting for me after I died, even if it is life as a floating skull. I mean, it could have been worse.
What happened to your body?
I don't know, alright? It's just gone. But don't think I miss it, because I'm happy just the way I am, and I don't need your half-wit judgments or snide remarks, alright?
I see. Okay. Bogu nestled again. What happened? I just tapped to see where he was and I saw the intro cutscene. Yeah, it happens. Happens to me too. Happens to me a lot. At least now we're playing a game where you can't nestle. Well, you can, but it's you need to like really fuck up. What do I want to do next? There's so much stuff to do in this game. So much more reading. Maybe I should take a quick break here. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna take a break now before my voice goes. Give my voice a little time to rest. So yeah, I'm gonna take a little break. Thanks you guys for watching. I will be back soon. Alright, hello, I am back. Just realized I forgot to turn the music back on. Alright. What to do next? I guess we could talk to Anna.
Looks like the Dusty's lost one of the deaders.
You see a striking red-haired girl dressed in leather armor. Her right arm is covered with a series of interlocking plates that look as if they were taken from the skin of some creature, and a horned shoulder piece protects her left arm. Oddly enough, she has a tail that is flicking back and forth as you watch. Greetings. The girl ignores you. Who are you? The girl sneers, then makes an obscene gesture with her tail. Pike off, you clueless sod. Hey, easy. I just had some questions. Aye? And why is it you want? Can you tell me where I am? You're lost, but you're about to find trouble. Make yourself lost somewhere else, Bubber. More Scottish needed? I can't really do her, like, exact Scottish accent. I'm missing a journal. Have you seen one? She looks at you strangely. Nay, I've seen nothing like that, I haven't. Alright. I'm looking for someone named Farah. Do you know where I can find him? Aye, I might say more if you sweeten the question, aye. She clicks her tongue and rubs 2 fingers together. Chink chink, aye? Chink chink.
She means money.
Oh.
Aye.
She glances up more, then shrugs.
What the skull said. Heart coin.
Alright, how much?
How much is it to you to know, eh?
She studies you, then folds her arms.
Come on, I haven't got all day, I haven't.
How about 20?
Aye, alright then.
She pockets the money. It's gone so quickly you have no idea where it vanished to.
Look for him in the alley spireward from the mortuary. That's to the south and west of the mortuary, aye?
South and west of the mortuary? Thanks, farewell. Now, I know she's bullshitting me. Can you tell me how to update my journal? I think we already got that covered pretty well. I can't decide what to do next. There's so much. Done this. We did the mausoleum. I guess we could go... Actually, let's go here.
Done.
Hello, Space Bogan. How's it going? How's my torment? Well, it's mostly my throat getting tormented. But I'm hanging in there. I'm hanging in there. We're good. Well, that's good to hear. I should rest, actually. You see a short, balding man standing in what serves as the foyer to this ramshackle flophouse. His bushy brows are furrowed in concentration as he picks at what appears to be scabs on his large, bulbous nose. Greetings. The man doesn't bother to look up. Instead, he continues to stare cross-eyed down at his nose.
Yeah? What do you want?
I had some questions.
Well, ain't that nice?
He flashes you a sarcastic yellow-toothed smile.
And I'm sure you'll find your answer someday. But I've got me a business to run. So if you don't want to bid, then I suggest you pike off.
Bushy brows. Hello, Buffy. How's your day been? We just did Dakon's Circle of Zerthimon, so we upgraded his stats. So he's got 18 in all his physical stats now. He also now has the good version of his blade. I see. Can I have a bet then?
Sure you can, Burke, if you got the jink for it. Nobody puts up here for free, except old Nestor over there. That's only 'cause no one's addle-coved enough to mess with him.
Tell me about this Nestor.
Nestor's that barmy old sod in the corner there.
He hikes a thumb over his shoulder toward the back of the room.
Watch your step around him, Burke. He's not right in the head. Always rattling his bone box about his fork and all. I wish someone'd do us all a favor and gets rid of him.
Has Dakon studied the blade? Yes, he also figured out the riddle of steel. We made him know the blade, yes. Why don't you get rid of him yourself?
You don't think I've tried? I have. And look what I get from your effort.
He leans his face forward and points at the bleeding scabs on his nose.
The barmy sod nearly bit me nose off.
I could get rid of him for you.
I'll tell you what, Cutter. If you can get rid of him for me, you can stay here for free as often as you like. Deal?
Fair enough. I'll do it.
Updated my journal.
Well, then don't just stand around gawking. Get to it.
He immediately returns to his scab picking.
Can't you see I'm a busy man?
I'm gone.
Flesh isn't strong, Gith. Steel is stronger. Yeah, exactly. You see an aging man in soiled and tattered clothes frantically pacing in the corner. His shock of filthy white hair sticks out in every direction, and his face, encrusted with dirt and streaks of dried blood, is covered with grey stubble. Every few seconds, he stops pacing and flails about suddenly, muttering and cursing as if assaulted by some unseen foe. He does not seem to notice your approach. Greetings. At the sound of your voice, the old loon whirls about to face you, his wide staring eyes bulging in their sockets. He regards you for a brief moment, then returns to his raving. No, 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 it's not you. Woo-hoo. But soon, yes, soon. Are you the one they call Nestor? You only missed like the entire origin story of the Githyanki and Gitara, but other than that, not much has happened. Yeah. Well, I mean, Boofy said, like you said, you played through this game before, so it's not like he missed anything that he hasn't heard before or read before. That's alright, I'm not looking to relive the entire Torment experience, yeah. The old man seems oblivious to your presence. Hoo, 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 you'll come, yes, you'll come, and old Nestor will be waiting. Are you alright? No! Nestor's face turns bead red and his whole body shakes in protest. My fork! Can't leave without my fork! Woohoo! Fork, fork, fork! Your fork? Fork, fork, fork! Can't go home without my fork! Nestor's frenzy reaches a violent crescendo. He begins hopping up and down maniacally, then suddenly stops, lowers his head, and runs headlong into a large wooden cupboard that stands against the back wall of the flophouse. The force of the impact knocks the old man flat on his back. After a few seconds, he stands back up, a dazed expression on his face. Gone, stolen, can't go home without my fork. Stolen, you say? Who took your fork? Nestor stares at you for a long moment, then begins rummaging through the pockets of his filthy tunic. After a few seconds, he produces what appears to be a dismembered ear. Judging by the stench and color of the ear, you'd wager that the old loon has been toting it around in his pocket for some time. You have my fork, don't you? Don't you? Woohoo! He holds the ear close, as if speaking to it. Bring back my fork! Maybe I can help you. Wait, wait, waiting! Woohoo! He shakes the ear violently as he shouts into it. Until you bring it back, then I can go home. Right, I'll try to find your fork then. Farewell.
Updated my journal.
We found the secret compartment and contained the sentence named Zerthoiji lad. It was really weird. Yeah, it said something about ascending. It was really interesting. Bring the man his fork? I will. Then we'll have a free place to rest. Yeah, I guess we have to kill these thugs.
Damn.
You see a shady-looking fellow standing before you, picking his teeth with what appears to be a tiny metal fork. His chest is covered by patchwork armor adorned with large spikes, and a long knife hangs at his side. You notice he is missing his right ear. Greetings.
Updated my journal.
He regards you coolly from the shadows, as if sizing you up. I had some questions for you. The one-eared tiefling scowls at you threateningly. Pike off, Burke, or I'll have your guts for garters. How did you lose that ear? What did you just say? His right hand drifts to the hilt of his knife. Just curious, behind every scar is a good tale. As you can see, I speak from experience. I do look as though you've seen your fair share slashing. He manages a small chuckle, then runs his fingers across the scars on the side of his head. At least you still have both ears. What happened? A while back, I bobbed an old petitioner's sod. His face takes on a sullen expression as he begins to relate the tale. The silly blighter wouldn't go along with it. Go on. So I has to get rough with the old sod, and while we was scrapping, he gets a hold of my ear and bites it clean off. Then what happened? What do you think happened? The Barbie sod bit my ear off, so I thumped his skull and put him in the dead book. I'm right sorry I did too. He glances around nervously before continuing. I think his spirit's haunting me. Haunting you? He nods and quickly traces a semicircle over his heart. Aye, this true. Sometimes I hear his voice in my head, cursing and telling me how he's waiting for me. Scares the pants off me, it does. Maybe I can help you lay his spirit to rest, stop him from haunting you. He takes a step back from you and cocks his head slightly. You can do that? How? Give me what you stole from him, and I'll see to it that he goes away. I don't know what you're talking about, Burke. He glares at you angrily. Now I suggest you get your mangled carcass out of my sight before I carve my name into you. Certainly. Just give me the fork you stole from him and I'll be on my way. With a flash of movement too quick to follow, he whips his knife from its sheath and begins waving it menacingly before you. Why don't you come and take it from me, Burke? Why don't you put that blade away before you get hurt? You sure do have a sharp tongue, Burke. I think I'll cut it out and feed it to you. He lunges at you, his knife leading the way. Let's make him angry.
You leatherhead.
All right.
What's up, Chief?
You leatherhead.
Damn it.
All right.
Oh yeah, I should probably extend a word of warning. Some of the spell effects in this game make the screen flash a lot. So if you have something like epilepsy, for example, you might want to be careful. Just a word of warning. A lot of flashing images when I cast spells.
I'm gone.
Alright, we got his fork. The old man stops his frantic pacing and glances at you nervously. Fork? 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 Can't go home without my fork. Is this the fork you speak of? Nestor hastily snatches up the fork. My fork! My fork! 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 Woohoo! He hops up and down excitedly, waving the fork back and forth in an elaborate pattern above his head as if he were performing some sort of ritual. Now I can go home! Farewell! Woohoo! Planescape Torment, where you learn how to raise the dead before you go on a quest that ends with you stabbing a guy over a fork. Yeah, this game is... I mean, one of the like design principles for this game was that they wanted the game to be as different from the typical RPG as possible, so like... I think they succeeded. Nestor turns to leave, then, as if struck with some afterthought, he turns back around and hands you a scrap of something soft and rubbery, the severed ear. Upon closer examination, you notice that there's an earring still dangling from it. Pocket the earring and discard the rotting piece of flesh.
My journal.
Bye, Nestor. So, Nestor's gone home, eh? Maybe the old sod wasn't so barmy after all. He gives you a hearty slap on the back.
Now maybe we can all get some rest around here. Feel free to set up Kip here anytime, Cutter.
Updated my journal.
I done heard of you, Burke. You were asking around about old Farad, eh? If you've yet to find him, try looking north of here in Rackpicker Square. I'll try there then, farewell. That's the same thing. Horsj. You see the tall figure of a creature standing before you. The lower portion of its body resembles that of a goat. However, just above its powerful forelegs, its shape takes on a more human appearance, with a man's torso, arms, and head, all of which are covered in polished armor. The creature's eyes are closed and it appears to be sleeping. Let the creature sleep. Yeah, let's rest.
I'm gone.
You're the Burke that was looking for Farad. Have you found him yet? If not, you might try looking north of here in Rackpicker Square. Greetings, Blood. The woman gives you a coy half smile. Say, I was considering going for some bub later. Fancy coming along? Perhaps another time, but I have too much to do now. Sorry. You look a wreck, Burke. Call Kip in the flophouse if he needs to rest. It's right in the center of this area. Now leave me be. I'll not have you wasting me time with your questions. The woman smiles at you. No, I can't help. Okay. The man gasps and points at Mort. Oh, look! A floating skull! Mort rolls his eyes and cries, Oh, look! Oh, look! A talking turd! What? Looking to get a few teeth knocked out, you jabbering bone box! The man steps towards Mort menacingly. Stop the man. You move between Mort and the man. He scowls at you, then backs away. Waste of me time! He turns to walk away. The man squints at you. Morik, is that ye? Perhaps. I thought you said you'd never return the sigil. If Abatel finds out you returned, you're a dead man. In any case, I still have that scroll you lent me. Here, take it, and leave me before we're seen together. But...
Hey, Cutter! Come here! Come on in and sleep it off! Have a good one! You want to think it's gonna cost you, Cutter? Come on, Cutter, come on in here. You want to sleep outside? It's cold out here. Come on inside. We got a warm bed.
Well, if it ain't me very own Dark Savior. Took your time in coming around, you did. I was starting to think you would be coming by at all, Blood. She starts to rummage around in her belt pouch. Wait patiently. Good and dead, just like you said he'd be, and that's how I like him. Here's your blood money, Cutter. That ring I promised you. Fare you well. Wait one moment, I had some questions. No, Cutter, it's been a good long time he has, but I'd still best not be seen talking to you. He had friends, you know, and I think they have a feeling about what happened. We won't speak again. But...
Done.
Hey, you! Hey, Cutter, come on inside and get warm!
I guess we should take care of this box quest, as much as I hate it. Your first impression of Mar is that he needs a long bath, preferably away from any creature that has any sense of smell. You can almost see the stench waft from his body in sinister yellow tendrils. He motions towards you frantically in an effort to get you to come over and talk to him. That feeling when your journal hasn't been updated in the last 3 minutes. Oh, it'll be updated soon. Approach this person and hear what he has to say. A look of excitement crosses his face as you approach. Thank you for stopping. My name is Mar, and I have a favor to ask of you. Wait, why am I giving him an Italian accent? I'm listening. Tis a matter of life or death. I must be delivering this here box, or it be me head for sure. Tis me bad luck that I twisted me leg something fierce. So will you help me out by delivering this here box for me? Okay, enough. Why am I giving him enough? I'll deliver the box for you. Mar slowly takes out a small box from within the recesses of his ragged clothing. For the briefest of moments, you see a look of regret cross his face. Then it is gone, as he looks at you and hands you the box. A slight shimmer surrounds the box as both you and Mar touch it. A sigh of relief is heard as Mar releases the box into your care. What now? This be needing to be delivered to Quatra. It can usually be found somewhere down in the southeastern section of the hive. Oh, and lest ye try to say I didn't warn ye, whatever happens, don't open the box. And don't leave the hive with the box. Now be off with ye. I'll be back when I deliver the box.
Updated my journal.
Hey, be a watch, Chief. Just look natural.
All right.
Casual.
I'm gone.
Updated? That really updated my journal. Say it again, Dexter. Updated my journal.
All right.
I hate this box quest, but you should do it because it'll
All right.
pay off later, much later. Quatra. Moving from box to box, this man seems to be totally immersed in counting boxes and scribbling results down on a piece of parchment. He looks annoyed as you interrupt him. Why is it now? Can't you see I'm busy taking inventory? Go bother someone else. I was told to deliver this box to you. Well, why didn't you say so in the first place? Let's see what you got for me. I'm sure it'll need to be inventoried. Mar told me to give this to you. As you hold the box out for him to take, Quatra's expression turns from one of interest to that of intense horror. No, please, get it away from me. I don't understand. Why are you afraid of this box? I said, get back. Death, evil, had to dupe Mar. Couldn't take it anymore. Please, take the Braskin. Live southwest. Hive me. No! Apparently the sight of the box is just too much for him as he runs screaming from the building. Wait, what am I supposed to do with...
Updated my journal. Done. Done. I'm gone.
In a loud, booming voice, Braskin asks, "What in the name of the abyss are you doing in my house? Leave now, before I make you even more ugly than you already are." "I was asked to deliver this box into your care." "Well, why didn't you say so?" "So, hand it over and you can be on your way." As you present the box to Braskin, his expression changes from one of anticipation to that of amusement. "Whoa there! I won't fall for that trick a second time. Put that thing away and leave." "I don't understand. Why won't anyone take this box? First Quatra and now you." "Did you say Quatra?" "Why, that's the fellow who bought the box off me. Thought he got the best of me when he bought it. I guess he figured the gem alone was more than worth the price he paid me. Poor fellow didn't realize what he'd gotten himself into till it was too late." "Just what's so horrible about this box?" "You mean you really don't know anything about that box you're holding? Well, I guess it won't hurt to tell you what I know. First off, so you don't get any ideas in your head, the curse on that box only affects the current owner of the box, and to be the owner of the box you have to willingly take possession of it." "Well, there goes the idea of just leaving the box for someone else to find. So, what's in the box?" "What's in the box?" "Now that is a good question. That box has been around the hive since anyone can remember. There are many rumors flying about. As you can imagine, over time the truth has been warped a little bit further with each retelling of the story." "Go on." "I've heard many a story about that box, and they all seem to have a recurring theme. The name given to that foul thing is Morador's box, and the owner of the box will die should he or anyone else open it. As to the contents, who knows? Some say it's an ancient dragon, while others say it's the evil soul of Morador himself. I cannot tell for sure, but just by looking at it, any soul can tell it's something evil, and one would have to be a fool to open it." "What am I supposed to do with it?" "I would suggest you go see Shalandra. She lives in the northeastern region of the hive. It was from her that I won the box. Who knows, maybe she will have more knowledge of what to do with it. Or you can find some other clueless Berk to take it off your hands. It's up to you. I wish you luck. Farewell."
Updated my journal.
The voice acting, oh my god. Well, thank you. I'm trying.
All right.
I am not a voice actor, but I just think it's better if I at least try to act out the characters, so it's not the same voice reading every character.
I'm gone. Done.
Really? Well.
It is I.
All right.
Blast! I almost had it that time. Don't you know it's dangerous to interrupt spellcasters while they're evoking a spell? Luckily for you, I was only practicing. Well, what is it you want?
I wish to learn more about this box. You hold out Morador's box for Shalandra to examine.
Ah, yes, I remember this box well. I acquired it some time ago. What do you wish to know about it?
Who did you get this from?
Let me think. I don't recall whom I got it from. I just remember I was down in the marketplace looking for some spell components when some person offered me this box. After testing the box, I found it to be cursed, but was intrigued by the spells woven into the box, and so I purchased it anyway.
Isn't this the box with the fiend? Yeah. It sure is. If you were so intrigued by the box, what made you decide to give it away?
I was young and brash back then. In my relentless pursuit of knowledge, I carelessly undid one of the spells. Look closely at the box. It was like new when I had it. The signs of decay are an indication that the spells are weakening. I realized I was in danger if I kept the box any longer, so I held a contest to get rid of it.
A contest?
It was the most expedient way to rid myself of it. I simply invited all the bashers in the hive to fight each other to determine who was the best. Bashers are notorious for having big muscles and not much upstairs, if you know what I mean. They came like flies to honey. I offered some money and the box as a prize. I believe some basher named Braskin won the contest.
You seem to know something about magic. Can you tell me what spells have been put on this box?
For many years I studied the box and tried to learn its secrets. Spell upon spell upon spell has been woven into it. To my amazement, my studies revealed that all the spells are of the type used to confine fiends.
Fiends? You mean there are fiends trapped within this box?
No, not fiends. A fiend. And judging by the sophistication and power of these spells, it would have to be one of significant standing and power in its realm.
Spoilers, not like this? Well, it's not really a spoiler because we learned it right here, that it has a fiend in it. Do you know the history behind this box?
The only thing I have been able to learn is its name. It is called Morador's box. As to who this Morador is or the origins of the box, I do not know.
Can you safely remove the spells on this box?
Seeking to remove yourself from this box, eh? That spell is the worst of them all. Basically, that particular spell draws energy from the current owner of the box and uses it to power one of the spells of confinement. That isn't the worst of it. The fiend inside can smell this energy and would more than likely hunt down that person should it escape. It's really a no-win situation to own that box. Either it drains you dry of your energy, or the fiend within kills you.
Is there a way to safely dispose of Morador's box without hurting anyone?
I am not strong enough to fight or banish such a creature. It's been ages since I've been there, but there was a cathedral located in the middle of the Alley of Dangerous Angles. A priest or someone who gains their power from a higher source might be able to help you.
You've been a great help. Thanks.
Updated my journal. Done.
Did I get Lady of Pain yet? Not yet. We'll do it eventually, but not yet.
Greetings, stranger. Looks like you're in Dark Alley ship territory now. Looks like you've got a purse that could use some lightning. You better pray it's got enough.
How much do you need?
It ain't much, he says magnanimously. A mere 10 pieces of jink will get you through.
It's a deal.
He takes your money, pockets it, and says, "Get out of here now."
I'm gone.
Asshole. I'm gonna kill all of them. Eventually. Gank time. I mean, I guess since we're here, we might as well do the stuff here. At least there'll be a little bit of fighting.
Alright. Welcome to the Cathedral of Aoskar. Have you come to worship Aoskar with me? You can be his second disciple. I come seeking counsel concerning a box and a fiend. You explain to him your predicament. Aola seems to consider things for a moment and then speaks to you. I, a humble disciple of the great Aoskar, can indeed help you. First, you must relinquish the box to me. Give him the box. Aola places Moridor's box within a wire pyramid-shaped structure, and then mutters a prayer to Aoskar. The familiar shimmering of a portal soon fills in the sides of the pyramid. Aola then casually reaches through the portal and flips open Moridor's box. You scream in an attempt to stop him, but are too late. Almost instantly, the box begins to disintegrate as a sickly smoke begins to fill the interior of the pyramid. A feeling of immense dread fills the room, and it is all you can do to keep yourself from bolting from the tent. You notice that as the tendrils of smoke touch the sides of the pyramid, they are drawn into the swirling vortex of the portals. As the last tendril of smoke disappears, the feeling of dread passes. Aola smiles a bit nervously at you. Witness the power of Aoskar, the keeper of gateways. I'm sure a fiend of such power that it required so many spells to contain it will have no problem making its way back here. And when it does, it's going to be looking for you. I have taken that into consideration. You see, each side of the pyramid contained a portal to a different plane. In effect, I scattered its essence far and wide across the multiverse. Did you know there are races out there that consider demons a sort of delicacy? He begins to chuckle softly. Payment for my services. I will use this to help rebuild my beautiful cathedral. Keep the gem. You have more than earned it. Farewell.
Updated my journal. Done.
Well, that's done.
All right.
Now, since we're here, we might as well do the quests here. Obsidian earring, plus 10% stealth skill bonus. Well, nobody in this party can stealth yet. So what faction is the Nameless One joining? Well, first we're gonna join the Dustmen. Then after that we'll probably join the Godsmen. I probably shouldn't spoil it actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, I'm not gonna spoil it. Alright. You see a cool, collected woman. Her face is set in hard, determined lines. Her voice is low and firm. I am Crystal, leader of these Shadow Razor Angels. You are in our home. What do you want of me? Tell me about yourself. I'm the leader of the Razor Angels. That's really all you need to know. I created them. They follow my commands. Now, what do you want of me? Tell me about the Razor Angels. We came here when bigger gangs took over the trash warrens near Rackpicker Square. We got here right around the same time as the Dark Alley Shibs, who set up Kip on the other side of the alley. But they're a bunch of murderous thugs. We're thugs, but we don't kill if we can help it. We just need to make a living, and given our situation, charging a toll's the best way to do it. Sounds rewarding? No, it's not. Only we've got nothing better going for us. We're hive dwellers. Even the scant education I got won't get me out of here. No one wants a hive dweller, so we make sure we're not entirely ignored. Whatever. Farewell. Before you go, I need a favor from you. This slice of alley just isn't big enough for us and the dark alley shivs. We've got heart, they've got hate. Kill off their leader, Rotten William, and you'll get free passage through the alley from us for the rest of your life. You come through here often enough, that'll save you a lot of chink. Tell me about your gang.
Updated my journal.
We're itinerants. We've been forced to move time and again. We settled here at the same time as Rotten William and the Dark Alley Shivs, and now we're in a fight for our lives. We just charge a simple toll for passage here. They take lives. We're essentially good people. They're evil, led by an evil man. I'll kill him. I look forward to hearing of your success. Come back and tell me when you're done, yes? Good luck.
My journal.
Charm of Infinite Recall. Wait, actually, let's talk to this person here. This man moves with a frightening speed, and he seems only half there. His eyes burn out of his haze, and their madness pierces your heart. You! His voice is like a blast of cold air. Declare your allegiance. Do you hold for good or evil? I believe in aiding those less fortunate than myself. I choose good. There's a man named Rotten William. He's a dark and deceitful man. He is the leader of the Dark Alley Shivs. Find him in this alley and slay him, and you will serve the cause of goodness. Fail, and evil shall rise. Refuse, and I shall slay you. Alright, I'll do it. I await you. Go, now. I'm gone. Alright, time for a big fight. Let's pre-buff.
There cannot be two skies. There cannot be two skies.
You see a hard-edged man. His face is sharp and confident, yet somehow seems diffused. His eyes are clear and cruel. He seems both indolent and poised, and he holds a knife in his calloused hands. So, another visitor for Rotten William. Speak your mind, traveler. Make it good, and perhaps we'll let you go. Crystal wants you dead. Aye then, do you mean to carry out your commission? Yes. Then let's not waste time, aye? My shivs will defend me. Fight.
I'm gone.
Okay.
Hey, we're being watched, Chief. Just look natural.
Let's hit him with
Casual.
a horror. Lol. Get feared.
Just folly.
Wait, who followed? Did someone follow? What? What is this you speak of? Mort's voice line is my follow sound? Oh, that's what you meant. I thought someone followed my stream and the notification didn't play. But yes, you are right. I remember it is your follow sound. Oh my god, stop chasing one dude. Maybe I shouldn't have cast that horror, because now I need to chase all of them down.
What's up?
I'm gone.
Yeah?
Done. All right.
The Karak sings true.
Huh?
The Karak sings true.
All right.
What?
Done.
Just folly.
I'm gone. All right.
The Karak sings true.
Done.
Your path is mine.
I'm gone.
Your will be done.
That gun has good enough AC. He can kind of face tank them.
All right. Done.
Picking up any more people? Yeah, eventually. But for now, this is all we get.
All right.
Did you see that?
You have to make do with Morton that gun for quite a while, yeah.
I'm gone.
We'll eventually get a thief. And a cleric. Okay, see if there's any stragglers left here. I doubt it, but I did cast horror, so a lot of them just ran into random directions. Right, there's an earring.
Good as done.
Can't leave any loot behind. But it's in a random spot.
Done.
Next party member is either a Magoo or a thief. I think the Magoo is accessible earlier than the thief. No, actually, he's not. I mean, you don't have to accept the thief into the party, but I mean, there's no reason not to. Like, you might as well pick her up. Alright. Have you made any gain in seeking to write Rotten William into the dead book? Yes, he's dead. You won't need to worry about him or his gang anymore. I thought you could get the Magoo for the thief. Nah, there's a thing you need to do before you can get the mage. A little errand you need to run. It's done. Rotten William is gone. You have my thanks, traveler, and you will never again pay a toll for passage through the alley of dangerous angles. I have but one more request for you. What is it? There is a dangerous killer, a lone wolf who goes by the name of Black Rose. He's preying on my people. I ask that you stop him. I'll do it. Then find the barmy Black Rose in this alley and write him into the dead book. When he's dead, return and I shall reward you. You got a
Updated
deal.
my journal.
This guy hits really hard, if I remember correctly, so... Have you slain Rotten William? Yes. Your next task is to slay Crystal, leader of the Razor Angels. 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 God, I can't English. Balance requires her death. I won't do it. His fiery eyes slit and he whispers. Then you are an enemy. With a blur of emotion, he attacks. Fight.
Fight, Dad.
Done.
He got mad.
See that? Did you see that?
Black Rose sounds like a teapot in a cozy.
Done.
That guy was a neutral character, aka a psychopath. I killed the evil gang leader and then he was like, now you gotta kill the good gang leader, cause you know, balance. Have you found Black Rose and eliminated him from the alley? Yes, you need not worry about him any longer. She hands you a large, patched purse. You have my thanks, and the thanks of the Razor Angel. Yeah, angels! Oh my god, why can't I say the word angels? We part friends, and shall remember you. Sure, farewell.
Updated my journal.
Okay. This is done. AKA fence sitters, the worst. No, you see, this guy isn't even a fence sitter. He's the kind of guy who wants to nuke both sides.
Done. I'm gone.
Ulysses strikes again. Oh, you're talking about Fallout New Vegas. Oh yeah, I remember. Ulysses. He wants to blow up both the NCR and the Caesar's Legion. And I would always let him do it. Not because I agree with him, but because I want the best loot. Gamlin. Hey, what are you doing in my tent? Greetings. You barged into my tent uninvited and all you have to say is greetings? On your way, Burke.
Done. I'm gone.
It's gotta be here somewhere. You seem to have startled her. She abruptly stops rummaging through the tent and stares at you nervously. Greetings. I wasn't doing nothing, I swears it. Why don't you tell me what you weren't doing? She looks at you as if about to tell you something and then she quickly dashes for the door. Stop! Stop! You violated the law!
I'm gone.
Sure, why not?
I'm gone.
I seem to recall there being traps here. I wish I had a thief to disarm all these traps. But alas. You see a young man dressed in plain but well-kept clothes. He pauses in his pacing as you approach. Greetings. Rogue in trouble. Big. Help you do? What's wrong?
Rogue forget rings intent. Friends need to magic with. No rings, be mad at Rogue. One ring brown like Jink, other shiny like Mirror. Last is pretty and yellow. Bring for Rogue?
I'll bring them back for you, Rock.
Updated my journal.
Did you bring? Yes?
I got all the rings. Here.
You new friend of Rock now. Rock take rings now. Rock thank new friends.
Very well, Rock.
Updated my journal.
Masters, Rock has the rings.
Then let us begin.
Abracadabra. Oops, bruh. We did it! Watch out, it's attacking!
It just murdered all the mages. I never understood this whole sequence. Like, what is
I
this?
don't trust the Gith. I say we leave him behind.
This is so like out of place, so random. Lim. You see what appears to be an ordinary Lim. It's hard to believe that this cute little creature slaughtered 5 wizard apprentices with such ease. You can kick it, but yeah, it's probably gonna destroy us if we do that. Easter egg maybe? Yeah, I don't know. It could be a reference to something, because it seems so like weird.
Rock lose friends, but Rock make new friend. Call him Green Thing.
Alright.
Well, at least we got some good loot from them.
Alright.
Can we open this?
Oh, failed.
Failed? Oh, nice. Good job, Dakon.
Done.
Ring of the Traveler, +1 to armor class. Let's give that to Dakon. Yeah, his armor is AC 5. Some spells. This character's spellbook is filled to the maximum. Oh yeah, he has 13 intelligence. No wonder he couldn't figure out the riddle of steel by himself. He needed the Nameless One to learn it from, to teach it to him. Fist of Iron. May Ayaskar grant you safe passage. How may I help you? I'd like to purchase that gem you took from Morador's box. Luckily for you, I haven't had the time to sell it yet. I'll let you have it for the bargain price of 300 coppers. How about 100? I don't know what it is, but I like you. I'll let you have the gem for 200 and not a copper less. What do you say? I'll take it. May Ayaskar, the god of portals, doors, and opportunities, smile upon you. Farewell.
Done.
Ayaskar.
I'm gone.
Dum 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 dum. Okay, I don't think there's anything else to do in this area. So let's leave. And actually, speaking of leaving, it is getting quite late, so I think I should probably call it here. Yeah, we are gonna call it here. We got a good stream in. We'll go and give Mr. Bogu a raid. How do classes in this work? Do you just pick one? You can swap between fighter, mage, or thief freely. You like independently progress in each class. But anyway, I am calling it here. Sorry to say. So we're gonna raid Bogu Bogu as we often do, as is tradition. Oh wait, it's not showing up. And okay, yeah, thank you everyone so much for watching and listening, I guess I could say. And we'll see. I don't know if I'll be live tomorrow. I got some stuff to do, but we'll see. See you if I see you. So yeah, have a good night or day or whatever, everyone, and yeah, take care. Bye bye.